Yo, what is up, chefs? How's it going, fellas? Let's make sure we got our audio settings configured, which I believe we do. Gotta readjust our Twitch chat a little bit now that we're back on POE 2. We're back home. Yo, what's up, Ziggy? Mr. Ziggy Plays. What's up, Copa? And I'm sorry, but I cannot pronounce that third YouTube chatter. Oh, wow, I can catch a live stream for once. Shout out to you. What's up, Morph? What's up, Dessert? How's it going? Okay, this looks pretty decent here. This looks pretty decent. Oh, let's just drop that right there. That looks good. Alrighty, so today, obviously, as you guys can see, we are back on POE 2. Had a little bit of fun on Last Epoch. Played the game a decent bit. Got to Aberoth. Had no particular interest in going forward to Uber Aberoth, personally. Was relatively excited to get back to POE 2. It's a little busy, but we're back. We're about to start the new character, of course. I've already kind of like done a couple of test runs of the Chaos.Lich, just like through the first couple acts, just to, get a feel for the character and kind of prep myself and stuff, and it's definitely felt good so far. Let's see really quick here. Yo, what's up, SJ? There were no Discord notifications? For real? Son of a gun, you're right. There were no Discord notifications. Interesting. Oh, it's just down. Whatever, like the thing that I use, I guess, like the Notify Me bot for Discord, it looks like it's just completely down right now, so I guess that's why. So it's no big deal there. Not much we can do about that. It's gonna be a-okay. I'll double check that after stream and like make sure that they're not going down permanently or something. Just to verify that we'll be able to use that going forward. Additionally, I will just go ahead and point out that I'm going to be doing something a little bit different today. So I'm going to record alongside, obviously, live streaming. And I'm going to try to kind of just do sort of like an everything explained type of deal, like a full walkthrough for this Witch character that we're about to make, at least for the campaign. I'm not sure if I'm gonna like carry that in to getting to like T15 maps or not. I'm not positive yet. Maybe we'll do like a part 2 if people like the full walkthrough for the campaign, where I kind of just try and explain everything that I can as I'm going through it, just like what's going on in my mind, what I'm thinking about, like how I'm trying to move between zones quickly, what stats, like in theory, pretty decent or like pretty good info for a beginner. Maybe not so valuable for like a veteran player, but might be something that a veteran player would like to just have running on their second monitor while they're playing their character or whatever the case may be. But it's going to be like more targeted for beginners, but it should still be fun. Like, I'm not gonna make it boring or anything, but I'm just gonna try and give some more insight to what I'm thinking about to move things along in the campaign, because I know there are definitely people in the campaign actually struggle. So we're just gonna try and see what we can do with that, see how that turns out, and then if people like it, maybe we'll continue that for going to maps. We'll have to see. Obviously, we're going to make build guides for this character once we test everything, get it all figured out. Sure, we'll end up with a banger character here in a couple days. And yeah. So let's go ahead and get recording, and let's go ahead and get started. So before we make the character, I'll just do a little rundown on kind of like my, I don't know what you'd call this, maybe like survival pack or whatever. Survival setup type thing here. So all of the stuff here at the top left, this is kind of like, I wouldn't say bare minimum, but if you are going to make this character like a Chaos.Lich, I'd probably highly recommend at least a good chunk of these items. Maybe you could go without the Fox Shade. I mean, that's up to you. But I think Fox Shade is just really nice for leveling. It's quite good for the movement speed, obviously. But all of this stuff here at the top left is going to run you about like 5 to 6 exalts. It's going to be like one exalt-ish per item. Obviously, you can make them more expensive if you want to get better rolls and stuff like that. But, you know, I don't think that that's super relevant. Definitely not mandatory for the campaign. But these things will definitely make your life a little bit easier. So we have the gloves. We're actually going to be using this probably deep into the end game. It's going to reduce our cast speed, but give us a ton of extra spell damage. You can start using them right at level 16. You can get a pair like this for about an Exalted Orb, or about 1 Exalted Orb. So if we're going to be using it for like deep into the end game, it only makes sense. Why not just go ahead and pick it up right away? We can just, use it the whole time. It's going to be a banger item. Of course, in addition to that, we have Luminous Pace, just a pair of move speed boots we can use right out the gate, so we don't have to worry about checking the vendor. Although, if you don't want to go for these, which they're also just 1 Exalted Orb, but if you don't want to spend Exalted on this, we will probably explain how to make use of the vendor, why the vendor is valuable. I've actually got a regex set up as well for the vendor that should be pretty decent for this specific character. I'm sure I'll include that in like the description of the YouTube video for those of you that are actually watching on YouTube. In addition to that, we have Wonder Trap, which these will come in at level 27, 20% movement speed. Recommendation here is to focus on the movement speed roll. Whenever you buy a pair for yourself, you can get a pair like this for about 1 Exalted, like 1 to 2 Exalted, give or take. But focus on getting as close to 20% movement speed as possible, and then just as many attributes as possible, obviously, but the movement speed part is key. Then outside of that, we just have a regular old Fox Shade, double socket. We got Cold Res, because Cold Res is going to be good for the first boss, or the first act boss, Geonor. And then outside of that, we just have a regular focus and a regular wand, plus 1 level of spell skills with some extra spell damage, etc. Nothing crazy here. It's like 1 Exalted or like an Alchemy Orb, probably. And then this wand, we actually got it for 1 Exalted, and it was like 3 or 4 good stats, and then we just slammed a couple extra Exalted on it because we have a bunch of extra currency. Obviously, you don't need to do that, but what you're looking for here is plus level of all Chaos spell skills, particularly a low level requirement, just so you have something to like get you rolling out the gate. I tend to find that if you can start off fast, it's pretty easy to like keep the ball rolling. But if you start off really slow, it usually feels kind of bad. Like, I don't know. I like to have like a nice set of weapons to get me going early on. It's just like a personal preference. Outside of that, if you want to be a baller, you can pick up an Edziri's Disdain in advance. We are going to be putting this on right when we can. We're going to be using it for the entire time that we play this character pretty much. I don't think we'll ever take it off. We will probably upgrade it at some point with like a corrupted version that's better. But for all intensive purposes, we'll be using this forever once we can put it on. So picking one up early doesn't hurt. And for this one, you just care about the bottom roll. The gain % of maximum life is extra maximum energy shield. Getting a 15% is pretty mandatory, I would say. You can get that for like 3 to 5 exalts, so it's very cheap once again. And then if you want to get high rarity as well, that's good. I think this specific one was 4 exalted orbs. So it's max roll for the energy shield and max roll rarity. It's like 4 exalts, very, very cheap. Obviously, like I said, if you want to spend more, you can get a corrupted one with a higher maximum life as extra maximum energy shield roll. I think you can go up to like 20% on this or something, so that's up to your own prerogative, of course. I don't think it's mandatory for the campaign by any means whatsoever, so we're not super worried about it. We're just, looking to have some fun. And then in addition to that, every time I level a character, I almost always kind of just have all of these currency items in my backpack while I level. So I keep a full stack of Wisdom Scrolls, Alchemies, Transmutes, Augments, Regals, and Gem Cutter Prisms. And then I've also just set aside a few LJOs and GJOs, or Jeweler's Orbs. You don't need these, obviously. The Greater Jeweler's Orbs are like 10 to 15 exalts per. I think at the end of the day, like by the time you get to end game, you're probably going to want 3 to 4 of these at least. So if you have extra currency laying around and you just want to like rip them as soon as you get the skills that you're going to actually use them on, that's ideal. That's definitely what I'm going to do. And in particular, those main ones are going to be Essence Drain, Contagion, Despair, and Dark Effigy. I think everything else just needs a lesser Jeweler's. And of course, some of these we will end up eventually needing a perfect Jeweler's Orb, but we're not going to worry about that right now because that would obviously increase the budget exponentially. So, and it's not necessary, so we're not going to worry about that right now, and that's going to be not very like relatable to most players, I don't think, starting off with like full 5-socket skills. So we're going to kick it with this, and I think we'll be good to go. For our skills, we have preset them up pretty much, although we might not actually be using these exact skill gems themselves, but these are the support gems that we'll be using, and they are in order of like importance, I suppose, or in order of priority from left to right. So for Essence Drain, we have Chain, Swift Affliction, Considered Casting, Chaos Mastery, and Zenith. And all of this will be included in like a build guide. I'm sure I'll make a leveling build guide very soon after I get the character to, early end game. While leveling, you can take Chain off and put in Zenith. Since we're actually only going to have 4 sockets, we're not going to have a 5th socket. You can swap Chain for Zenith, or you can swap it for Deliberation. Either would probably be fine. Realistically, you probably don't need to swap it for most bosses, but if you want to be a little bit more optimal, you can take that out because it does lower your actual damage with the projectile of Essence Drain itself, although it doesn't affect the damage over time component. And then for Contagion, we have Unleash, Magnified Effect. These are the 2 most important by far while leveling. Like, you really don't need any of the other 3. It's mostly these 2, but just eventually we're going to have a 5-socket anyways, so just pre-setting them up. But we're going to use Hinder, Chaotic Freeze, and then Intense Agony. For Withering Presence, it's going to be Persistence and Clarity. This will be the first spirit skill that we actually start using. And then for our Curse, so it's going to be reducing Chaos Res. Despair, we're going to be using Decaying Hex for an extra debuff, which will combo with our Dark Effigy, which, zaps people based on how many debuffs they have, or damage over time debuffs in specific. Then we have Heightened Curse, Cursed Ground, and Inspiration, just that way we can apply this to the ground and it'll stay there. We have Dark Effigy. This is going to be our big single target damage skill. With Envenom for poisoning, which is an extra debuff to, I think that's the main reason why Envenom's so good here, but we'll have to do some testing on that ourselves. And then Controlled Destruction, Overabundance, Arcane Tempo, Concentrate Effect, and then Blasphemy is going to be our second spirit skill for our, total of 100 spirits, so we won't really get to use this until Act 3 Cruel. But once we do, we will have Blasphemy with Temporal Chains, Encumbrance, and Ritualistic Curse. This is going to be actually similar to what we were using on our Amazon for Simulacrum, but we're just going to have it on permanently for the Witch. And that is going to be all of the skills. If you guys are wondering how I was kind of able to get this information, although, like I said before, I have played the character through the first couple acts, I haven't fully gotten into the end game, obviously, on a Lich. Saving that for stream. It'd be no fun if I'd already done all of it. But if you're curious about just how I got some of this information in advance, one of the things I really like to do whenever I'm kind of preparing to do these types of things, like a new playthrough, is I'll come to POE 2 Ninja. I'll go to the league that I'm playing on, obviously Dawn of the Hunt. I know I want to play a Lich, so I go to Lich. And then I know I want to play a Chaos.Lich, so Essence Drain Contagion. So I will select Essence Drain on the main skills. And then right below that, it tells me, okay, these are the most popular support gems for that skill. If I unselect it, or I can select Contagion, and then I can unselect Essence Drain, now I can see the most popular support gems for Contagion, etc., etc. For example, like I said before, Unleash, Magnified Effect being the most important. You can see nearly everybody is running those. Makes sense. And in addition to POE 2 Ninja, of course, I look around on Maxroll and Mobalytics, YouTube, all that good stuff as well. But I mainly get a lot of my information actually from POE Ninja, I think, because it's quite up to date usually. Alrighty, though. We have established what's going to be happening. Let's get it started. I just hate how long it takes me to clear the campaign. It feels like a job. Yeah, it can take a little while. I think it actually is kind of a little bit fun though, trying to like pseudo speedrun it. I've never been a huge speedrunner like throughout my life. Like I've never really been like a speedrunner of games. Um, but funnily enough, like playing PoE 1 and PoE 2, it's always been kind of fun to me to every time I make a new character to just like be a little bit quicker than I was last time. Not like fully focused on speedrunning, but always feels good to have that level of improvement each time you do it. Okay, got a little nice stretch. All right, let's run it. Dawn of the Hunt. Not SSF, not hardcore. Just gonna be regular trade league, of course. You know us. Although we will probably be doing some SSF or hardcore stuff here in the future. For our name, let's go with. What are we thinking for the name? Maybe Benediction YouTube Lich? Yeah, let's go Benediction YouTube Lich. Just make it nice and simple. Nothing super special here. Nice and easy. Alrighty, let's go. First things first, you can hit spacebar to skip the little cinematic here. I've had this bug happen to me twice now, though, where when I do it, I get like the little login thing pop up. I don't know why. I think that's just a bug that got introduced at some point. Now we're on the shore, of course. You know me, I'm going to be using WASD. That is my preferred type of movement in PoE 2. I think it's actually very fun. We're going to quickly press Z, so that way we can see the icons over things in the world. I'll show you what I mean in a second. Pick up our wand, which is going to give us a skill. We're going to run by all these zombies. We will not be killing anything at the moment. On this part, we're just going to go up. Usually, safest bet is just follow the water. You'll never go wrong if you follow the water pretty much. But you can sometimes cut across to make things a little bit quicker. There we got a scepter, which is just giving us 2 little skeletal warriors. Don't need to worry about those too much. All right, we got to cut left now. I'll actually show you guys what I'm talking about. So if you hit Z, so if I hit Z there, you can see the chest is no longer showing. If I just keep hitting Z, you can see what I mean. Typically, when you start a new character, for some reason, it's by default set to off. So you'll need to tap Z to get that on. There we get our new skill gem. We're going to open our inventory with I, skill tab with G. We're going to control left click that skill, so it's going to auto equip. I'm going to add that in there as our right click ability. Now the boss, or like the tutorial boss, is going to be somewhere up here. As I said before, you can just follow the water. As you see, the water is going to lead us right up there. Now, a little bit of a trick here for this boss is if you get a couple of these goons on the Lich or on the Witch, it actually does make it a little bit quicker. Sometimes I like to, if you're like really trying to speedrun, you can run in here with like 5 or 6 plus of these little skelly boys that you get from Unearth, and it can speed things up quite nice. But you know, we're not trying that hard. What we are gonna do though is now that he's summoned all these zombies, we're gonna use Unearth on these. We're gonna get a whole bunch of little goons. Make sure we dodge his attack. And now he's going to get melted pretty quick here. Now we're just spamming our basic attack. Our little goobers are doing massive damage to him. Let's clean up these zombies real quick so we can loot our items. Of course, you don't really have to kill them. Whenever this guy drops, just pick up all the items. Don't worry about going through them yet. You can go through them once you get into the town. At least that's what I like to do personally. There's a couple little tricks here once you get into the town that we'll talk about. Let's open up our sticky notes as well for our regex, which I'll be sharing with you guys. And you can also find it down in the description if you're one of the people watching this on YouTube. So once you get into town, you're going to talk to Renly, go through his little dialogue, grab yourself a skill gem, continue. Before you leave him, you should click buy or sell items. You should take your regex, which I have mine here. I'm going to Control C to copy it. I'm going to paste it into the vendor, like a search function down here. I'm going to scroll all the way over. Instantly, as you can see, movement speed boots. They don't always appear, but the vendor does refresh every single time you level. So it's always a good idea to check this guy frequently, especially early on. Getting movement speed boots is extremely valuable if you're trying to level up quickly. Of course, we do have a unique pair of boots in the stash, so we do not need to pick these up. But there are some other things we can look at. So for example, actually we will go ahead and let him walk over because we're going to grab our stuff from our stash first, and then we will recheck him and see what else we want to fill in. Because there are a couple ways to make your initial experience here very easy. So we're going to take our Scrolls of Wisdom. We're going to check these out. It's a decent helmet. We'll put it on for now. It's decent gloves because it has dexterity. We'll put it on for now. Just get rid of this. We're going to take this skill gem. We're going to get Contagion. And with that, we're going to grab our first two support gems, Unleash and Magnified Effect, of course. We can go and use our passive point as well. And then let's grab out our wand and focus. We're going to slap those over here. Grab all of our currency. Set it up like that. And then let's grab these as well. We're going to go ahead and boom. Quality it. So there we just added our Jeweler's Orbs to our Contagion, and we added 20% quality. Now we have 4 support gems in here, of course. We're going to go ahead and grab our Fox Shade. We now have enough dexterity to put it on, thanks to these gloves. Now that we were able to get it on, and we get an additional 29 dex, we could take these gloves off, and we'd be okay. But we don't need to do that at this exact moment. And then, finally, we go ahead and grab our... Actually, no, we'll leave our Essence Drain support gems in here for now. We don't actually need these at this exact moment. And yeah, let's go ahead and keep on moving. So now that we kind of have our stuff, we're going to recheck the vendor. We're going to use the regex. We're going to come through. We're going to look. So we need a belt, helmet, gloves are the only things that we would really care about upgrading right now. Max Life Intelligence, we're actually going to take that. And the main thing that I'm looking for on my gear at this moment is life and attributes. I'm not super concerned with resistances because most of the game, the campaign, I should say, the developers have clarified is balanced around you having effectively 0% resistances. So you don't need to be like massively stressed about being at 75% res throughout the entire campaign. But upping your max life and dealing with your attribute issues is going to be very helpful because attributes are a pain in the ass, as most people probably know by now. And eventually we will be sorting out our attributes with our boots at level 27 though. So we're also going to grab this belt. Now that we grab this belt, since it's normal, we're going to alchemy orbit. Not exactly great. We're probably going to instantly replace this. So something I like to do in addition to checking Renly, and of course you can only do this if you have gold, a little bit of gold to spend. Hopefully you do by this point in the league, but if not, you can just skip over all of this. I'm gonna come over here, I'm gonna grab 2 rings, an amulet, and another belt. So we got, here's an amazing ring, mana, rarity, strength, intelligence, perfect. Could be better, but definitely quite nice. Amulet, it's mana regen, max mana intelligence, we'll take that. We'll go ahead and regal it as well, max life, sure. And the ring is pretty bad, or this ring is pretty bad, so we're going to buy one more. And we'll take that one. That one's okay. And this belt is also pretty bad. It's quite bad. Quite bad as well, but we'll just stick with it for now. We don't need to gamble forever. Get rid of those, get rid of that. Alrighty, and now we're good. So we've already got a full loadout pretty much. We can actually go ahead and grab a charm as well. Obviously, of course, you don't need to do this, but if you want to, you can. We'll just grab this one. We'll give it 2 mods, mana, reduce charges, sure. And now we are good to go. We've got our wand and focus. We'll come back for our gloves and boots here in a little bit. And of course, when we need to get more support gems, we will. We'll actually go ahead and grab our shield charge in advance. So shield charge, we're going to be using this at about level 6, or yeah, level 6 to be specific. We're going to need 16 strength for it, which it looks like we're 1 short, but you also need a shield. So we're going to go ahead and grab a shield now. I just wanted to see if there's a shield that had strength, because if there was, that would solve the strength issue. And then for our second weapon set, we're just going to slap the shield in there, and then eventually we will be using shield charge as a movement skill. And then finally, of course, we have to equip the drip. Cannot miss out on this part. So let's just go ahead and run through this really quick. For anybody that's curious, we're using the Pandemonium armor set. This is not my favorite set of armor. I have other sets that I like more, but they're obviously unavailable, as you can see. This is just the one of the ones that got transferred over in the most recent patch, so we are using it. Oh, sheesh, big sneeze. For the wings, we got Stygian Gargoyle wings. I get asked about my wings all the time. People always want to know what these are, so there you go, Stygian Gargoyle. For the weapon, we'll use the Wand of the Thaumaturge, which is from a supporter pack. We're actually not going to use an offhand cosmetic, because I don't really like this cosmetic. Can't even use it right now because we have a scepter, but when we do get a focus, I could use this, but I don't really like the way it looks. Go ahead and grab our weapon effect, grab our ring, which tracks our currency drops, and then extras, we're going to do our portal, we're going to do our social frame, we're going to do no character effect, we're going to do our charges, footprints, gotta grab the 9-tailed fox, of course. I really want my white rat, and my hell horse, and my demonic moth, but they're not available, unfortunately. Grab our cursor, and we are pretty much good to go. Alrighty, let's run it. We are set. Is there a place that has a list of the useful regex? Not specifically, but there is a website that like you can make regexes with for POE 2, but I don't really think it's that great. So I just had to do like a bunch of digging on Reddit and stuff to like find people that had personally created their own because they like knew how to make them. And once you like start to figure it out, you can kind of make your own as well. Like I modified this one, but the little lines in between basically means like either or. So like it's looking for things that have movement or plus skills or quality or sockets or maximum life or maximum energy shield. And yeah, that's what like the little lines mean though, instead of quotations. If you do quotations, then like it only looks for things specifically with what's within the quotations. Okay, we're gonna go and slap our contagion down here on our action bar. We're also going to put our shield, or no, we don't have shield charge right now, so we're just gonna remove our raised shield. Now in this zone, very simple, hug left. So you come through, obviously all of the layouts have changed, but I do have a good feel for the new Act 1 layouts. So when you come out, you're going to hug left. You're going to continue to hug left. We're pretty lucky here. We actually found the witch already, but we're not going to fight her yet. We need the skill gem from the little camp, which the camp is going to be right here. Grab the skill gem. With that skill gem, you are specifically going to get Frost Bomb. We're going to hit G to open our skills tab, control left click Frost Bomb. I'm going to place Frost Bomb on Q. Now we're going to fight her. Can unearth these little dogs to attack her. And now we're just going to literally spam Frost Bomb. Frost Bomb and our regular basic attack. And then here come the dogs. We're just going to contagion them. Unearth. Okay. Not really much of a point in picking up this stuff. I mean, if you already have items, then you don't need to pick it up. But just to show you, like, you could pick it up. Obviously, identify it. These are great boots. If you weren't using a unique pair of boots, those would be great. But we don't need any of this stuff. Okay, so now you have two options. You can run over here to the far left side of the zone if you want to do the mud burrower or whatever, the big worm. If you want to skip the worm, which I'd recommend just skipping the worm at this point in the league, unless you like really think you need the skill gem for whatever reason. To skip the worm, you literally just run directly up. So like from where you came across the little bridge, you run past that and go all the way up to the top. You will find the next zone, the Grellwood. Yeah, what's up, Raider1TK? Is this playthrough just for fun, or with this build potential to outdo Amazon? It has. I would say it has potential to outdo Amazon. Probably not like across the board, but I think this build is going to be a lot tankier than Amazon, and it should do good damage. You know, but I guess it's like a mixture of both. It's mainly for fun though. I guess like I didn't play this character because I was like, yeah, I'm specifically looking for something that's gonna be better than my Amazon, I guess. If I would have, or if I wanted to do that, I would have made a Deadeye, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to play something that would be good, but also fun. Okay, so for this zone, the easiest course of action is to like run out, and you can kind of spawn in the bottom right, bottom left. I don't think you can really spawn top right or top left. I think it's mainly bottom right or bottom left. But there's going to be 4 little like points of interest in a diamond around this zone, or a square. So whenever you find the first one, it's pretty easy to find the other ones. And they're always like random which part they're in. So like sometimes this might be the witch hut or the grim tangle. It might not always be Una and the hooded one. But so now that we talked to Una, we grabbed the waypoint and the checkpoint. We're going to go straight down. We're going to look for the other point of interest. As we're running along, we'll just occasionally use Contagion, some Unearth. Just give us a little bit of XP here and there. Fortunately, this build comes online a lot more once we get Essence Drain, and before Essence Drain, it's, you know, it's a little lackluster, but thankfully Essence Drain is very early into the playthrough. So here we ran into the Grim Tangle, so we're actually going to go, even though we don't need to come here yet, we are going to go inside. I would recommend if you come to the Grim Tangle, or if that's what you find, you should go inside and grab the waypoint. Just in case, whenever you go to the next zone, the Red Veil, when you come back here, if it's been over 15 minutes and it's like a whole new zone, if you got the waypoint for the Grim Tangle, you can just teleport there via the waypoint, and you don't have to like worry about finding it again. Also, I can say this layout is definitely a bit weird, so I'm kind of just gonna like run around a little bit. It doesn't look like it's in the normal like diamond pattern here. We're now level 3, so we're going to put on our new wand. Which, actually, we're going to wait to put on our wand until we have Essence Drain, I think. Because our new wand does not have Chaos Bolt. Has Mana Drain, which is not that good when we don't have Essence Drain yet. Go and spend our passive point really quick. Now it's just some more Contagion, Unearth. Just make this pack go crazy. Now we're just looking for the Red Veil, which here it is. Easiest way to find it is kind of just hug one of the outside walls, because it's always going to be on one of the outside walls. Pretty easy to find. What is your Atlas tree spec into? I can't show it right now because my character's too low level, but most recently I was using like a shrine strongbox setup kind of. Okay, this Asmary Spirit is actually going to probably waste a lot of our time. It's going to make these regular monsters way more difficult than we would like. But now in the Red Veil, we are looking for the 3 obelisks of rust, which there's a lot of possible layouts for this zone, so it's kind of just a crapshoot. You basically just have to run around and look. There's a couple where like you can see certain things that'll tip you off to where they're probably going to be. Like there's one layout where the river of blood is like directly in the middle, and then usually based off that you can kind of like have a good idea of where the obelisks are going to be. But like I said, usually it's just a crapshoot, so you just kind of gotta run through, kill some mobs along the way, get some XP, and then just look out for the obelisks. Not really going to mess around with this magic pack because, like I said, until we have Essence Drain, we're actually a little weak. Things take quite a bit longer than we would like to kill. It's not terrible, but just gets so much better with Essence Drain that it's like, it's just more efficient to probably just kill less stuff until you actually have Essence Drain. Okay, here we go. Here's our first obelisks. We'll go and start it. Just gonna Contagion, drop a Frost Bomb, and just drop a bunch of Unearths. Obviously, at this point, we have 0 mana issues, so we can just spam all of our skills, no problem whatsoever. A little bit more Contagion, a little bit more Unearth. All the good stuff. Rare chest, another rare chest, actually. These rare chests are actually quite good if you don't have any, like, good leveling uniques to use or whatever. You can usually find some good stuff in this zone from the chests. Grab our passive point. I have a sneaking suspicion there's probably an obelisk up here hiding somewhere. Yep. There it is. Contagion, Frost Bomb, spam on Earth. Easy peasy. Okay, now we need one more obelisk. Let's see, where do we think this last obelisk is going to be? We'll kill this little rare really quick. Actually, I take it back. It is a terrible waste of time to kill the rare at this point. Contagion, Frost Bomb. Contagion, Frost Bomb. Looks like we got a little bit unlucky. Looks like the final obelisk is going to be somewhere over here. One of the last places we explore. Yep, here it is. Let me click it. Okay, now this is going to be the boss. Similar to some of the other bosses at the very beginning. Make it a bit easier if you get some extra little goons to help you out. Unfortunately, we didn't really min-max I'm bringing in a bunch of goons with us, but that's okay. At this point now it's just Contagion, Frost Bomb, and then basic attack spam. Mainly Frost Bomb spam. It's what's doing most of our damage at this point. Got magic mobs running around. Contagion, Unearth. Get a bunch of goons. All of our goons were instantly killed, which is not fair. Not very nice by this guy. And down she goes, finally. Alright, and now the build starts to come online. Now things get nice. Now we got our Essence Drain skill gem, so we're gonna slap that bad boy on. Essence Drain, easy peasy. Now we're going to do a little bit of tech. So we're going to get rid of Unearth because we don't need it at all anymore. We're going to move our Frost Bomb down to 1. We actually pre-placed this in our stash. We've got an extra little Essence Drain here. We're going to be using this to hold support gems for us throughout the campaign and throughout the rest of the game. So now we're going to slap our Lesser and Greater Jeweler's Orbs on our Essence Drain, and we're going to add quality. Adding quality to your Essence Drain and Contagion are quite good. You don't need to add quality to every skill gem, but definitely Contagion and Essence Drain, I would recommend it. Because from Contagion, it's going to basically just give you more damage whenever you're clearing monsters. For Essence Drain, I think it's just going to increase the duration, which effectively leads to more damage, of course. And then we're going to spend our passive point really quick. And I think that's everything we need. Now we're just going to dump a couple of our things really quick. We go and throw on our wand and focus. We're going to get rid of this wand and scepter. We don't need them anymore. And we are good to go. Level 6. We can go ahead and throw on our shield charge now. Fortunately, not enough strength. Let's go ahead and see if old fella has any strength items for us. Unfortunately not. It'd be nice if we could get a little bit of strength on like our belt or something. But unfortunately we're not going to be that lucky. So we will solve that here in just a little bit. The easiest way to do it is once we get to Crowbell, we get our first 2 passive or weapon set points. It'll be very easy to solve. Okay, but now that we've completed the Red Veil, now, this is why it was nice that we got the waypoint for the Grim Tangle. I'll show you in just a second, because next up we're going to be going to the Grim Tangle. After we talk to Una, we place the seals really quick. Dodge roll out of the animation to cancel it. Make it a little bit quicker. Bada bing. Now we need to talk to Una right here. Oh goodness, how do I know which one is which? Okay, well, we need to go back to town anyways to talk to Una in town, but I also forgot to grab my support gems for Essence Drain, so we'll do that now. So, of course, to start off, we're going to be using... Uh-oh, what is going on here? There we go. We're going to be using Chain, Swift Affliction, Considered Casting, and Chaos Mastery. And then we're going to put Zenith and Deliberation and this other Essence Drain, which this is just placeholder. So like when we want to swap our support gems for bosses or whatever, it'll be very easy to do so. Such as like that. It's just a little trick here that you can use. Surprisingly, I mean, actually, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, so it is what it is. I was just looking at the DPS numbers, but I mean, it makes sense because these are single target gems, so it does actually make sense. And now we are good to go. So now we got to talk to Una in town after we did the seals and the hooded ones back home. Now we go to the Grim Tangle. So we got that waypoint in advance. It's quite nice. Talk to Una. As soon as she starts singing, you can. She's gonna start singing. You can respawn at checkpoint. As you can see, the roots are now gone. You don't actually have to wait for the full animation. And now our character is good to go. So now, obviously, we have our Essence Drain and Contagion. For those of you that are unfamiliar, the way this build works, the easiest way, there are other ways you can do it, but the easiest way is you can run, or you basically just run around, you slap Contagion on some monsters, running Unleash and Magnified Effect. So with these two support gems in it, you're going to actually cast multiple contagions at once. Whenever you cast it, you're going to affect multiple enemies, which is quite nice. And then effectively what happens is after that you cast Essence Drain, and when an enemy dies with Contagion on it, it will spread Contagion and any other active damage over time effects on the target to nearby targets. So you Contagion a monster, you Essence Drain the same monster, when it dies, the Contagion and Essence Drain will go to all the nearby monsters. And you can obviously increase the area of effect that the spread has by increasing the area effect of Contagion, which is why Magnified Effect comes into play. So at this point, for pretty much forever now, the whole point or the whole idea is Contagion, Essence Drain. For, the rest of time, pretty much, we're going to be casting Contagion, Essence Drain to clear. And we have Chaotic Freeze on our Contagion, so we actually will be freezing monsters pretty frequently as well, although at this point we're kind of just melting monsters, so the freeze doesn't really matter, and probably won't matter for the most part ever, but it's just a nice little touch. If we ever run into like some rares, we might actually end up freezing them. And yeah, I'm recording this. Seems logical. What's up, brother? Also, the quality of life from Chain and Unleash is quite nice because basically makes it to where you don't have to think about the specific target that you Contagion or Essence Drain. You basically just cast Contagion and Essence Drain at the clump, and it'll work out because your Essence Drain is gonna chain. You can see here I'm not gonna cast Contagion. I'll just cast Essence Drain. Your Essence Drain chains around, so you Contagion, and even if you like miss one of the Contagion targets with your Essence Drain, it's going to bounce around and it will eventually get in contact with one of the Contagion targets, making it quite nice. Now for this zone, there's multiple layouts that can come through. Also, our flasks are a little bit behind, so we should probably go back to town and pick up some new flasks relatively soon. We actually got kind of lucky. Basically, the best thought process to have in this zone is you want to be going in the direction where things start to open up. So you're going to start off where it's going to be like small corridors, and as you start to get to bigger and bigger corridors, that kind of means you're going in the right direction more often than not. Outside of that, there's not too much rhyme or reason to that zone. You kind of just go whichever way. I will say you can also use the map, especially as layouts change. Like when the layout probably will change next league and nobody knows what the layouts are, you can actually press U, come to the map. This will usually tell you which direction you need to go. So I was in the Grim Tangle last zone. I had to come left, which is why if I actually go back in the Grim Tangle, you will see I started out way over here and I actually went left, and that brought me to the next zone, which is exactly what you see on the map as well. Grim Tangle, left to Cemetery of the Eternals. And now for this zone, we have the two distinct or individual bosses that we need to go fight. So the easiest way to do this is to basically just hug the walls. You don't want to hug super close. Like, you want to hug close enough to the wall that you can actually see the wall, but you also want to try and like discover stuff away from the wall as well. That's going to be your best way to actually find the little individual places that you need to go. Oh, here's one of them actually. So here's the Tome of the Consort. So what we're going to do, similar to the Grim Tangle, we're just going to go in here. We're going to grab the waypoint really quick, and then we're going to run back out. We're going to go grab the next zone, or the next little spot, before we actually do either of them. As we run through here, we'll just occasionally use Contagion and Essence Drain on some packs, get some XP, nice and easy. Nice and easy, nice and easy. I should probably throw on some music for the Twitch stream here in just a second. Jeezy, nice little level up. I need to spend that passive point in just a second. You want to try and make a habit of actually spending your passive points right when you get them if you can, because it's just like free power sitting around that's going to obviously help you level up quicker. I know I personally have a really bad habit of, like, when leveling up, I'll like let 2, 3, sometimes even more than that passive points just accumulate until I actually allocate them, but that's obviously not actually ideal. Nothing good on the ring. You always get a free ring from the sarcophagus there, so just throw an augment and a transmute on it. Not actually going to do this strong box. No real point to even clicking it, but we just clicked it anyways. And here's the next little zone. So now that we found both of them, we got the waypoint in the previous one, we'll just go ahead and do this one. The easiest trick to finding where you need to go for this one is figure out, it's basically like a big square, the layout for this zone. If you spawn in the top right of the square, usually the boss is in the bottom left. And so it's always like opposite of where you spawn in. So to me, it kind of looks like I spawned top right, so I'm going to try and go bottom left and see if that's where it's at. It's not always 100%, but it's like 80% of the time or something. It spawns opposite, or the boss will be opposite of wherever you spawn. So let's see. I'm trying to just verify, see if we actually spawn top right. I'm not super confident. It looks a little weird. We might have spawned in like a weird spot. Okay, no, yeah, we definitely did not spawn top right, because bottom left, well, maybe actually, I don't know. It's hard to say for sure. Oh, yep, there we go. We actually did spawn top right, and here it is, bottom left. Quite nice. All right, let's go ahead and throw on the music for the Twitch stream super quick. Make sure it's not going to come through on the YouTube or the recording, which it looks like it's not, so we're all good. All right, there's now music over on Twitch. If you want to come hop over on Twitch, support me over there, help with the discoverability, listen to some banger music, feel free. Also, if you have a Twitch Prime sub laying around that's not being used, make sure to drop it for me. I'd appreciate you very much. Let's move on to the boss. So, still got Frostbomb slotted. Don't really need to use Frostbomb anymore, but at this point now, we're pretty much just Contagion, Essence Drain. We just spam Essence Drain. If you want, you can use Frostbomb. You don't really need to anymore. Now the boss. The boss is just getting melted. We should have actually swapped off our chain, but we kind of forgot. It's okay, though. All right, now we're gonna slap the checkpoint. We're gonna zip over here really quick. We're gonna hop in. It's just let it go. Y'all ain't missing much. All right. Yeah, I'm listening to Frozen music right now. Yo, Mr. Ziggy Plays with the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, my man. Thank you, thank you. Let's actually pop the Twitch chat up on screen too real quick while we're at it. There we go. Nice. All right, now, trick for this zone. It's not much of a trick, but it's usually like a big circle, and the boss I tend to find is on the opposite side of the circle that you spawn in, like a little corridor, like a little side passage is almost always where it's at. There's also usually like a side quest thing you can do near the beginning, which, so it's probably over there, the little side quest. So yeah, this is actually we got a very weird layout, like spawning in and then coming this way. It's, I don't know, this is just a goofy looking layout. Long story short, oh, well, here's the boss. That was insanely quick. Something you just want to do though is like check every little corridor pretty much, and eventually you will find it. But I don't know, we just got the magic touch, I guess. We just ran in a random direction and found it. Easy peasy. Slap our next passive point in there. Pre-drop our frost bomb. Easy peasy. Grab the rares, check those out. We'll actually throw this on. It's a better shield. Throw it on our second weapon set. And then now we actually got some better gloves. Kinda. Not like really what we want, but they do have strength. And the benefit of that is we can now socket our shield charge. We're going to be running Ingenuity and Martial Tempo in shield charge for now. And once you allocate shield charge, you need to leave these two checked. I've had a lot of bugs with shield charge recently, but this is what's worked for me. So leave these two checked. And then on your Essence Drain and Contagion and all of your other skills, specifically only leave weapon set 1 checked. So uncheck weapon set 2. So we're going to do that for both of these. Do it for our Frost Bomb too, even though we probably won't be using Frost Bomb for much longer. Definitely don't need to. Still forgetting to swap out our chain. Just keep in mind, if you want more boss single target, you can swap it out. But obviously, as you can see, we're kind of melting bosses, so we don't really need it. Now we have our shield charge set up. Should be good. We're going to select it on our right click. Now when we shield charge, it uses it. When I use Essence Drain, it auto swaps me back to my correct weapon set. Everything's good to go. Come here, grab the checkpoint, come here, talk to Lachlan, open the gate. Yeah, I appreciate that, Vinia72. Thank you, my man. Oh, why'd that message get redacted? What the heck? Yeah, what's up, Crispy Toker? How you going? Or how's it going, brother? Once he comes through here, you can actually respawn at checkpoint, skip his whole dialogue. And then you can just run in here directly on the side of him. Easy peasy. It's actually a decently scary boss on League Start, I'm not gonna lie. Get a little skill gem level 3 and Exalted Orb. Get the quest item, we'll grab the rares, 2 shields. We don't really care about those, but we'll check them. This one's actually decent. It's got strength, which helps us out. Shouldn't have regaled that. It's whatever, though. Alright, we're going to upgrade our Contagion with that level 3 skill gem. Level 2 skill gem, don't need that for anything. And we'll just keep moving. Now we keep going. This zone, just come out, pick a wall, hug the wall, run around the entire edge of the zone. It's very simple. When you run into a road, follow the road to the edge, see if it leads you to the farmlands. If it doesn't, keep following the wall. And in specific, we are looking for the Crowbell encounter, which is going to give us our skill points. And then we are also looking for the farmlands, obviously, because that's going to be the next zone, which is right here. So as always, we're going to run in, grab the checkpoint, or the waypoint, because this is the next place we'll go. So just in case, we're going to grab the waypoint now. Now we're just going to keep following the wall. Occasionally Contagion Essence Drain, just to get some XP. I'm going to be going Chaos.Lich, Batty Ekram. I appreciate that, brother. Thanks for the kind words, my man. Pick up this support gem really quick. Just keep following the wall. Then use our passive point. Nice and easy. Don't need to do this encounter, but we'll do it. Why not? Now this is going to be Fraythorns, so same as before. We're going to run in here, grab the waypoint. It's going to be right up here somewhere. Boom, grabbed it. Now we're going to go back. Crowbell is going to be right up here on our left somewhere. Good to see you play this build. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I'm glad that you're here in the stream to enjoy it. Thanks, brother. I was looking on to trying this build. Excited to see what you're going to do with it. Yeah, I think we're going to create something nasty with this one, I'm pretty sure. We're going to make a banger Chaos.Lich build. I'm very determined. I'm thinking we're going to hit like 15k ES and 15k energy shield at the end of the day. Or 15k-ish, roughly somewhere in there, and should be able to do massive damage at the same time. I actually think, like, for bossing, this build's gonna feel a lot smoother than my Amazon did. Not to say that the Amazon felt bad, but I just think this build's gonna feel smoother because it's gonna be extremely tanky. And it's like, you're not really gonna have to rely on the boss like standing still like we did for the Amazon. Like the boss pretty much had to be standing still, otherwise you lost out on a lot of damage. Should not be an issue with this build. So we're gonna pick up the book, that gives us our skill points. We're gonna pick up the rare belt. Nothing great, but it's better than what we got, so we'll get rid of the other one. Now we are going to portal back to town. We're actually going to hit up Una really quick. Talk to Finn. We don't really need to, but we will. We're going to stash these skill support gems. That socketable. Got an exalted orb already, which is nice. Very nice. We're gonna keep the budget real simple on the campaign. Like we're gonna, like I talked about earlier with the whole section up here, like 5 to 6 exalted orbs. We're not gonna do like multiple divines. Obviously, we're not even gonna do a divine. Like by the time we get through the campaign, we'll have spent 10 to 15 exalted orbs tops. So, not including the greater jeweler's orbs. To be fair, but you don't need these. I'm just going to use them. I'm not going to hamper myself or hinder myself in that regard. But just counting like all the gear upgrades and jewels and stuff, we're going to keep it like 10, 15 exalted max, something like that. Little tip here, you can control click the hooded one. He will identify anything you have in your inventory. And I know I came back to town for something. Oh yeah, I want to talk to Una. I'm going to check and see if she had a ring for me. She does not. We're going to hit the vendor, Mr. Renly, really quick. We're going to use our regex. We're going to slide on over, look around. See if Homeboy's got anything nice in the shop for us. It's a semi-decent pair of gloves. This will be a little quick tip, like there's like super beginner level, but just for anybody that was curious, since we are playing a witch, we start in the intelligence section of the passive tree. Our preferred defense on this character is going to be energy shield. We might end up messing around with a little bit of evasion way later on, but for the most part, our primary defensive layer is going to be energy shield. There's energy shield, evasion, and armor. Energy shield can be seen here with this blue line. We have 57 energy shield, and these are related to the different stats. So there's strength, dex, intelligence. Strength is armor, dex is evasion, intelligence is energy shield. They don't give you those things, except dex does give you evasion, and let's see. Oh, no, it doesn't give you evasion, my mistake. But you need dexterity to equip armor that gives you evasion rating. You need strength to equip armor that gives you armor, and you need intelligence to equip armor that gives you energy shield. I will show you an example here really quick. So this chest piece requires 10 dexterity, and it only gives evasion rating. And there are hybrids as well. So for example, let's see if we can find one. Here we go. Here's an example. So this shield gives armor and energy shield. Hence, it has a strength and an intelligence requirement. And that is how armor and shit, or armor and stuff, will always work. The defensive layers on the items will be relative to the attributes required to use them. So for the most part, we're going to be using intelligence gear that has energy shield, and at some point we may dabble around with evasion and energy shield stuff, but that's completely irrelevant right now. For all intensive purposes, if you're a newer player, or if you don't really care that much, we're looking for energy shield gear, and that's the key. When I say energy shield gear, I mean the base stat, not the modifiers. Obviously, we are also looking for energy shield in the modifiers, but we're less concerned with that right now. That will come later. And just because we're looking for energy shield gear doesn't mean that's the only thing we'll wear. For example, these gloves are decent. I'm considering getting them. They have no energy shield on them, but that's okay. We don't need it to be energy shield at this given time. We're actually going to check those out. They ended up being bad. We're not going to get boots, so that ended up being bad. And yeah, homie doesn't really have anything valuable for us, so we're going to boot, scoot, and boogie. Alright, so we dealt with Crowbell. Now we're going to go to Freythorn, which is connected to the hunting grounds, which is where we killed Crowbell right here. We're going to go to Freythorn. Got the waypoint for it, which is nice. We're going to spend our passive points right here. And at this point, we should be remembering to actually use our shield charge for mobility. So we're going to be shield charging, contagion, essence drain. Contagion, essence drain. A little bit of shield charge action. A little bit of shield charge action. Not super concerned with killing everything. This zone kind of sucks, so just doing a little bit of running through right now. Don't need to worry about killing everything. So we stack up some monsters. We can still drop a Contagion Essence Drain, though. Get some good XP. Once the monsters clump up, little combo works quite a bit better. This is what we're looking for. We're looking for the ritual altars. I'm going to use this, start the event. We need to find, obviously, 3 of these ritual altars in here. And then we need to go to the big one where we're going to fight the King of the Mist. This is how we're going to get our spirit skill. There's pretty much no rhyme or reason to this zone. You're basically just looking for the little white markings on the ground. That's going to tell you that you have found one of the rituals. So here we go. Here's some white markings, so I know there's a ritual here. Essence Drain, or Contagion Essence Drain. Our Essence Drain accidentally hit the ritual things, so it didn't go anywhere, unfortunately. Oh, you know, that's what I wanted to pick up from the town. I should have picked up my flasks. On a league start, I would be getting my flasks from the little side missions, like the Witch Hut in, whatever that place is, the second zone, the Grellwood, but on second characters and stuff, I don't really mess around with that. I just buy my flasks from the vendor until I get to end game, and then I can buy like a well-rolled flask from trade, or I can roll one out myself if I need to. Now we're basically just hoping we get lucky, looking for the 3rd ritual. It can kind of be anywhere at this point. Just gonna try and check everything. Like I said, this zone really sucks, the layout. Just like everything about this zone sucks. The monsters, the layout, pretty much everything. The boss can be kind of annoying. It's a rough one, so we're just trying to get in and get out of here as quickly as possible. We do max roll leveling for Lich? Yes, I'll be making a max roll and mobilytics leveling guide for the Lich. I'll be making like a build guide video, and I'll also be releasing like this full playthrough / walkthrough as well for the character as a video on YouTube. Got a little stone charm. We don't really need that for anything. Okay, now we're looking for the big one. Yep, here it is. Contagion Essence Drain. Start the little event. Now we're just kind of gotta like run around in a circle while these mobs build up a little bit. And it's just Contagion Essence Drain. Contagion Essence Drain. Sometimes if you get lucky, the mobs spawn quickly enough that the contagion just keeps spreading, but when you don't, you have to reapply contagion yourself. Kind of restart the combo. As we get to end game and monster density goes up, the combo just gets better and better, honestly, though. Or at the very least, it gets much more satisfying when you have a really high monster density. Okay, so we got the red mark. That means we need to stand still. Now it's gone, so we're good to move. If you get the red markings around you, that means you have to stand still. You can like dodge roll once or twice. If you get the purple markings, that means you have to keep moving. So here we got purple. That means we just have to keep moving. We basically don't have a life flask, but it's okay. If you know this boss's mechanics, you basically cannot die to him. Only if you know his mechanics, though. If you don't know them, it's actually quite easy to die. It's a decent helmet. Decent. We are going to pick that up. Don't have enough for anything else, but that's okay. Go and throw that on. Go ahead and identify the gloves. Nothing special. Use the gem bloom skull, which gives us 30 spirit, as you can see here. It also gives us a spirit gem, which we're going to use on Withering Presence, of course. I'm going to slot that right here. We'll grab our support gems for that momentarily. We're going to upgrade our Essence Drain. Essence Drain takes priority all the time because it gets a lot of value from increased levels. Got ourselves a little flask. Summon Finn, even though I don't think we need to talk to him really. Actually, yeah, we don't need to talk to him, so we're just going to go back to town. Or we can talk to him in town, I presume. Probably gives us a charm, right? Yeah, Sapphire Charm. Nothing needed there, really. But we are going to use a Sapphire Charm. This will just help for Geonor. Not necessary, but it does help for Geonor, because Geonor does quite a bit of cold damage. Oops. Give me those back. Get rid of the helmet. Go ahead and use our 2 skill points right here. We're coming up this way. We're going to grab this first. Then we're going to beeline all the way up here for Dark Entries for that +1 level of Chaos skill. It's going to be quite nice. Of course, if you're watching this on YouTube in the video format, check the description. There should be links pasted everywhere that'll bring you to different build guides on max roll, mobalytics, or I'm sure I'll have another video on my YouTube channel that's a build guide, a specific video. But now that we're done with Freythorn, we're going to head to the Agam Farmlands. That is the next place. Little trick to this zone, figure out where the entrance is. So it looks like it's right here, right? Yeah, so here's the entrance. The next zone is always going to be all the way over here. It's going to be straight. If you draw a straight line, it's going to be basically over here. And the loot, because you need to get Una's loot, her loot will always be on the direct opposite side of this little barricade you're going to see here in a second. I'm going to run through. I'm going to find the barricade. It's coming up, coming up, coming up. Right? Did I get a weird layout with no barricade? No. I'm gonna trust my gut. I mean, 9 times out of 10, there's a barricade like right here. You have to go around, and then when you come back to the middle, here it is. So yeah, so here's the barricade. This one was just like a little bit further out than normal. When you hit the barricade, just come into one of the little, crop fields or whatever. Run through, come back onto the road, and Una's loot will always be right over here somewhere. And here it is. And there's the loot. Easy peasy. We'll bring that back to Una in just a little bit. And now, to get to the next zone, we're just going to follow the road, pretty much. Here's the next zone. So it's not a straight line, but it's like always on the opposite side. Hopefully that makes sense. It's always on the opposite side. What's up, Xylo GGs? What's up, Shanjack? What's up, Mugawata Fawn? What is the name of this armor? It is called the Pandemonium Armor. Now for this zone, this can kind of be a lot of ways, but usually it is just like up and to the right. Kind of depends on where you spawn, but we're going to try and trust that usual tactic that usually seems to work out by just going up and right, basically. Doesn't always work, but like 80% of the time, it works 100% of the time, so it's pretty fire. Sneak north a little bit here. Might be down this way, but I'm banking it's up here somewhere. I think I was wrong. Yeah, it's probably down there. It's definitely down there. Got a little skill point right quick. Go ahead and slot that in. Little bit of contagion, little bit of essence drain. You know how it goes. Perfect recipe. Now, before we do the boss, we're gonna grab a improved life flask because our life flask is lacking just a little bit. It's a couple levels, couple like ranks behind, if you will. I think we missed the medium. We need to go to the greater. Yep, grab. That one looks fine. Grab it, sell our old one. We also turned the loot into Una while we're here, which gave us another book, which is 2 extra skill points. I'll go and show this now. If you need strength for shield charge, so shield charge requires 16 strength. If you're having any issues meeting those requirements, something you can do is when you get your first couple set of weapon set points, it'll be easier, like... Here, I can show it like this. So let's go to the hooded one. Let's refund 1 passive right here real quick. So what I'm going to do is for weapon set 1, I'm going to allocate these 4 points. What? I'm missing a point. Oops. Hold on. 3. Oh no, it's a disaster. I need 1 more level and this will be a lot smoother. But essentially what you can do is, let's say you needed 5 extra strength. So I can set 1 point for weapon set 1 right here. It'd be ideal if it was this one, because later I'm gonna have to make it this one. If you don't, if you know, you know, but if you don't, you'll find out one day. And then what you can do for the strength is you can go to for weapon set 2 now. You can allocate 1 point over here to strength. So now it's a little bit annoying because you would actually have to press your weapon swap button, which for me is my middle mouse button. So I would press middle mouse. That's going to swap me over to my shield. And then I would press right click for my shield charge. And I'm getting the extra 5 strength from here. And I'm also getting extra 9 strength from my shield. So it's an extra 14. So that's why I go from 22 to 36. It's 9 and 5. So if you need extra strength, you can make use of the weapon set passive points even very early into the campaign for things like that. It's quite nice if you're like trying to speed run or whatever. Thankfully, we don't need it because we have extra attributes because we've got some extra gear laying around. So we're just gonna not make use of the weapon set, like the specific weapon set points for now. We'd be running Blink for this later. I definitely will be running Blink for this later. Yes, I'm going to be running Blink and Convalescence as my second weapon set spirit skills. Just back away, does a big AoE slam. Now he's probably going to call the guillotine. Oh, nope, he does that attack. There comes the guillotine, so we just got to make sure we're not close to that. We're all good. Now a bunch of little goobers are going to run out, like little doofuses. Just contagion, essence drain. It's all good. Help the damsel in distress, or whatever you want to call this lady. Talk to her really quick. And go back to town. We can get ourselves a level 5 skill gem from her really quick. Just a nice little boost. Not needed, but doesn't hurt. And then we move on. We are 2 levels low, or 2 levels below actually being able to make use of that though, but that's okay. For this zone, it's changed with this season, of course, but it's almost always the same. Your waypoint is going to be here. Never go up at the beginning. It's going to bring you to a dead end. You always need to come down, and you're going to go down, and eventually you're going to wrap around like this and go all the way back up. So, little easy way to do this is just like, I think you can just hug the left wall the entire time. Let's try this. So we're going to hug left the whole way. I think that's going to work, if I'm not mistaken. I say left. It's not really like left, but, you know, this wall right here, we're going to hug the whole time. And it should bring us straight to the next zone. Just hug left, hug left. Here's a little thing where I'm talking about. It's going to bring us up this way now. Little Essence Drain Contagion action for some XP. We're level 12, so we're actually a little low on XP, and this is a pretty good zone to get XP. It's like one of the first good ones to actually get XP. There's decent monster density, and the next zone is kind of rough. Like, it's kind of spooky. If you're playing hardcore, I imagine the next zone is like probably one of the biggest rip, or like the biggest first rip areas for hardcore playthroughs. So getting a little bit of XP before that zone never hurts. Grab this Artificer's Orb, why not? Got a rare monster here. And we're just going to keep hugging left. Should bring us to the promised land. And there it is. Straight to the next zone. Easy peasy. Just hug left. It's that simple. And now, this zone has a little trick to it as well. It's kind of hard to explain, but once you get it, it makes perfect sense, and you'll like never miss it, or you'll never like forget it, basically. But in this zone, you're going to be going downstairs multiple times. Every time you go downstairs, the next zone is going to be the exact inverse of your previous zone. So I will try to explain what that means in a second whenever I find the first set of stairs. Okay, here's the Candlemas boss. So this is a little side quest, one that you should do because you get extra life. This is always right before or right after the first bridge. If you don't know what I mean by bridge, it will make sense in a moment. That attack is actually very deadly. Whenever you see him go into that attack, you need to boot, scoot, and boogie. Everything else about this guy is very simple. Grab the Candlemas Essence. We'll use it really quick. Allocate our passive point. Nice. We're perfectly online for the Act 1 boss. Getting this before the Act 1 boss is usually what happens. So we're right on schedule. Now the bridge is probably right there, actually. Oh, nope, it's right here. Okay, so pay attention. So here's where we started. We had to come this way. Here's the bridge. The stairs are going to be somewhere over here, somewhere. And when we go down the stairs... Oh no, I got stuck. When we go down the stairs, we're going to start over here, and we're going to have to go back up. It's going to be like the exact inverse of what we just did. What's the vision for endgame? Massive amounts of energy shield, massive amounts of chaos damage, and yeah, we're going to be using Dark Effigy for single target, Contagion, Essence Drain for clear. Going to be blasting. Going to be stupidly tanky. And so yeah, so now we went down the stairs, and it's gonna be basically the exact inverse. We're gonna go up this way, and the stairs for the next part is gonna be somewhere over here, probably. Roughly somewhere over here. Yep, here it is. Now it's opposite, so now we gotta go back over this way, basically. This one's always a little weird. Like the very last one is like kind of a hit or miss to following the pattern. It's not always the exact same, but okay, we're not looking for the door. Wow, 1 hour act one? Was this actually only 1 hour? It's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, it's not like speed run level, but you know, it's decent given what we're doing, trying to explain things as we go along, and we're honestly not really speed running. We're kind of like taking our time, trying to be thorough, making sure we don't die, explaining things as we go. But 1 hour is honestly decent, even for a speed run. Like that's like, you know, shouldn't be mad about an hour. It's okay. You just run past everything. Did you buy any gear before this run? I bought about 5 to 6 exalts worth of gear before this run. And no, I don't run past everything. I mean, I kind of run past everything, but it's like as I'm running by, I'm simultaneously dropping a contagion essence drain combo here and there to just get some extra XP along the way. Chaos Lich is crazy in endgame. Nothing kills you. 10k plus ES with less than a div invested around level 80. Sheesh. Yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds quite nice. Being able, like, I feel like this is going to be one of the builds that can avoid the random one-shots and maps, which is going to be pretty sick. You can go check around like 15 to 20 minutes into the stream. Sharpshooter J, I go over like the entire survival pack, like everything that I bought in advance, you know, everything that I try and have whenever I'm leveling a character fresh. I went over all of it, so I'd recommend just checking out like the beginning of the stream. You'll be able to find it there. Alrighty though. Here we are, Act 1 boss, Gianor. I already know how this boss is going to go. He's going to get melted, kind of. We're probably not going to be able to, like, entirely skip phase 2, but we'll probably get one little, like, missed phase. But same as the previous bosses, we're just going to Contagion, Essence Drain. At this point, we don't even need Frost Bomb, so we can just take it off the bar. We can actually just drop it real quick. All right. He is now phased, so we can't really do any like real damage to him at this point. We just have to wait for the dialogue to go on. So we just bait him into attacking and then dodge roll out. We got smacked by that, but it's okay. Now he goes doggy mode. Does the leap, dodge roll out. Now for this attack, you just need to make sure you're not standing on any of the little ice parts. Here, just make sure you don't stand still. You're pretty much good to go. Dodge the frontal cone. Make sure we're not on any of the ice parts. Now he's... Oh, we actually kind of mistimed our jump there, but we're okay. Looks like he's not going to do his phase, so I guess we just get to we get to skip the whole mist phase, which is quite nice. Yeah, that is true, SJ. And that's actually most of the bosses in the game now. Like a lot of, or maybe not most, but a lot of bosses, they have like a phase at like 50% HP where they just stop taking damage until they like do their RP shit. All right, so now we are beelining up here for dark entries. That is where we're headed next for the passive skills. Oh, once again, we should have swapped out Chain. So we should have swapped out Chain for like Zenith or Deliberation there. Would have given us a little bit of extra damage, but it's not the end of the world, obviously. Greater Mana Flask. We'll take the Scepter. Let's head back to camp. Go on to Act 2. Oops, I didn't mean to talk to you. Let's sell this Scepter. Throw some of our stuff in the stash. Let's actually get out that level 5 skill gem really quick. Upgrade our Essence Drain. Nice. And we're on to Act 2. Being 0 to hero? Kinda. Like, I'm not really using my previous currency. I mean, I spent like 5 exalts on like some super basic twink gear, I guess. But we're not gonna get to end game and like instantly just dump 15 divine in the character or whatever. We're gonna do like a more normal progression curve. Yeah, I mean, I do have 4 links. That is true. I mean, yeah, it's not a 0 to hero, but I mean, if you don't count the 4 links, if you just count like 3 links and my gear, it's like 8 exalts or like 8 exalt orbs or something like that. So it's super duper cheap. It's not like a multiple divine budget leveling setup, which is what a lot of people will do on their second character. And even once we get to end game, I think we're gonna like we're gonna keep our budget low. I think I talked about this before, but my plan is to do like a leveling build guide, and then the next build guide is gonna be a 1 divine. So it's gonna be like T15 maps. I'm gonna literally take off all my gear. I'm gonna redo all my passive points, everything, and it's gonna be like an exactly 1 divine challenge where I buy my entire kit, everything for 1 divine, and we're gonna make like a T15 map viable or a T15 viable setup. I could probably do like some low tier pinnacles or something as well, but all specifically for 1 divine. Make a build guide for that, make a video for that or whatever, and then we'll progress from there, of course. But we're not just gonna like skip a whole bunch of steps, I guess. We're not going to get to end game and then instantly skip to like a 25 divine budget build or whatever. Now for this zone, trick is pretty much just to hug a wall, run around. You're looking for the correct little detour that brings you to the boss of the zone. I think we found it here. Yep, here it is. Find the big hyena boss. This boss can actually be kind of rough, low key. It's not the easiest boss in the game, that's for sure. Thing you need to watch out for is this. Those spears coming in are super sketch. Just dodge roll that. Dodge roll that as well. Take me home. What did I do here? I don't know what I did here. Level 5, level 5. Oh, okay, I see. Alright, we gotta go talk to the big boss. Okay, we're gonna head to the quarry. Well, we gotta go to the gates first. Think you used to like, there's like some little cheese you could do here where you didn't have to talk to her. I don't really know though, so I talked to her just to be safe. You come back to the caravan. Now we're gonna go to the quarry, whatever the hell it's called. Is Monk still viable to play with all the nerfs? It just didn't act 3 cruel and doesn't feel weak, but it's not previously material. I think it's still viable. I've heard of a lot of people making like Monk builds work. The kind of like version from last league probably doesn't really work nearly as well anymore, but I'm sure there's like similar versions that work well. Okay, there's not a lot of like tips or tricks to this zone. Basically, you're looking for a checkpoint that has a bridge behind it. And if you find the checkpoint in the bridge, that means you're heading in the right direction, kinda. Actually, I need to grab my, well, here we go. Here's checkpoint and bridge, so we're going the right way. I need to grab my gloves from my stash, the level 16 gloves, since we are about to be level 16. Spend our passive point here. Nice little satisfying clear there we've already got. Pretty good, pretty good. Nice. Got these fake smiles around me every day now. 'Cause. 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 'C Checkpoint bridge. We're on the right track, fellas. Here we go. On to the next zone. We are level 16, so we're gonna go grab the whatchamacallit, our gloves. No in-game sound or music. For YouTube, you should have in-game sound. No music for YouTube, unfortunately, because it's copyright issues. Grab this jewel socket, but we're not gonna worry about jewels right now. We're gonna worry about jewels once we get to end game. It's kind of like not super time efficient to worry about it too much in the campaign. Or it's honestly probably time efficient. If you know how to trade for jewels, you can definitely just grab a jewel really quick. And I usually would, but for the video purposes, I'm gonna skip over getting a jewel. We'll grab a jewel once we actually get through the campaign. I came here because I wanted to grab my gloves. And now for these gloves, I need strength. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk to the hooded one really quick. Oh wait, they're Okay, yeah, there should be game audio now. That's my bad. I think it was set to the wrong game title in my OBS, unfortunately. Okay, anyways, what are we coming to grab? Oh yeah, I need to talk to the hooded one.
How can I advise?
I must keep calculating.
Need to make this strength. Wait, I don't know why I respect my jewel socket there. Actually, I'm gonna make this intelligence, make this one strength. So it's easier to find. Now we're good. Where's our portal? What? We don't have our portal, do we? That's unfortunate. Oh wait, we probably took a waypoint actually. We probably didn't portal. Yeah, mine. Here we go. Now, last league, this zone was pretty much like you just wanted to go north. I don't know if it's really changed this league. I haven't had the opportunity to test all of like the Act 2 and 3 zones fully, but I imagine it's pretty similar. So I'm going to just do the same thing I used to do. Just going to run straight north. I think seeing this is a good sign. Yep, this is all. Yep, that's a good sign. Here's the checkpoint. Here's the boss.
Insane! Shut your mouth, traitor! Explode! Burn, oppressors!
This boss can sometimes do some crazy stuff. Oh my goodness, you know what I just realized? Oh, wow. Okay, wait, we killed the boss, that doesn't matter. But I trolled. Something I just realized, make sure you're not like me, folks. Activate your freaking spirit skill. I still haven't activated it like an absolute doofus. Okay, we go back to the caravan. If you're playing hardcore right now, GG. F's in the chat. Thankfully we were not, so we don't really care. And we're a little distracted because I realized it like occurred to me in the middle of that boss fight that I didn't have Withering Presence active. Alright, now we continue forward, though. And I should put a rune in here. Should probably put a lightning res, actually. Let's go do that now. We're gonna put a lightning res rune in our gloves. There's a decent amount of lightning damage in this act. Act 1, it feels like cold res is good. Act 2 is like a lightning. And Act 3 is like everything, it feels like to me, but there's some lightning res in there. And we are chilling.
Creepers and crawlers in dark spaces. How wonderful. Infection! You should have served me!
Okay, in this zone, we are looking for a little side objective poison boss to get our entry token for our first Ascendancy points. Which, of course, we're going to be choosing Lich. And it would be around this time that if you wanted to, you could actually just pay for an Ascendancy carry for about 30 to 35 exalts. Get yourself all 8 Ascendancy points. It's actually probably the correct decision. For efficiency, at least, it's definitely the correct decision. But for our purposes, we'll not be doing that. And usually the direction you want to go is if you see these little writings on the wall. That's like the way you can go for the side quest boss. Yeah, so here we go. Little writings on the wall lead you to the side quest boss. Here we go. This boss can be quite difficult, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Prove myself. Face me. Atul. Visions of Jara.
This little thing where she goes invisible. You just have to go find her.
Face me.
Chaos damage, actually, the debuff stays active on her, so you can see where she's at. Alright, we got her. Like I said, this boss can be kind of annoying. Does a lot of poison damage and stuff, which is pretty hard to deal with at this level. Now we're going to head back to this checkpoint. We're going to go that way. Grab this life flask because we missed it before. I'm gonna just say it right now, by the way. Imagine, like, Imagine if they made a unique in the game that gave you like contagion as a presence,
None can
like
oppose
this
me.
little skill that spreads your essence drain. So all you had to do was like walk around and press essence drain, and you're just like permanently inflicting contagion on enemies. Like that would be a pretty cool unique item for them to add into the game. There we go. On to the next zone.
Recent corpses. An easy distraction. Wither away! She made light work of that.
Okay, we need to wait for her to actually finish
Advance
pushing
with
the
me.
thing.
There are 2 more gates.
Let
we
her
must
follow
open.
us. There we go. Now we can start using, should be using our shield charge more, honestly. It's something I'm kind of bad at, is using my shield charge as often as I can be. We hit a chest. Nice.
Shadow has fallen across the land.
That mob or that rare always drops like a nice weapon if you're playing. Actually, we'll go check it. Just you never know. Might be a wand, maybe. Oh, but yeah, this boss will always drop like a nice weapon if you don't have anything. If you're not currently working with anything good.
If we can allow the caravan through all 3 gates, my warriors will swarm them under. Infection! Onwards! Give these demons no quarter!
Good little chunk of XP from those mobs.
I will feast on your soul! I need more time!
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about, Justin. That makes sense. Yeah, you could get Event Horizon and Spaghettification. That's not like a bad idea. We might have to look into that later once we get to end game.
Noxious second.
He? Shaman-Ra? How is this possible?
The Mariketh will fall! You are unworthy! The Mariketh will fall! By my hand! I tried to seek peace, and the Sycamores disgraced me! sand. This time, we choose war. We shall finish this.
Okay, now this guy runs away.
We must not escape.
No big deal. And take the stairs. We gotta get to the checkpoint. Just gonna town portal back to the caravan.
This is no natural sandstorm.
Go.
We must battle sorcery with sorcery.
Here comes the long section of Act 2, the part that takes a little while. Oops.
Ah, yes. For glory.
Okay, and now we need to go to Keth. This part's always annoying. I have to like talk to Zarka, I believe.
Speak to what? Who goes there? The trait. So, goodbye.
A level 7 skill gem, but we can't actually use it yet. Let's go ahead and sell some stuff.
Speak up.
Sell. We'll roll on this, you never know. Max life cold res. It's actually kind of an upgrade. Whoops. No, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, whatever. Okay. Now we can go do our Ascendancy now, technically, which I think that's what we will do. Kind of like doing my Ascendancy as early as possible. Just gives you extra power. Actually, we'll wait till we're like level 22, just so it's a little bit not as difficult. We're gonna go to Keth first because you get 2 passive points in Keth. So we'll do Keth first. We'll probably get to about level 22 from this whole section. We'll get the extra passive points. Then we'll do our Ascendancy, and then we'll finish out the rest of Act 2. Should be pretty solid.
Of a once great culture. How adorable.
Now here we gotta look for the big scorpion lady. Here she is. That was a pretty quick find.
Serpent Queen, slither for me. Wither away. A fellow corpse raiser.
Okay, not bad. Alright, we got our book. Got a helmet. Identify the helmet. It's actually a very nice helmet to find at this point in the campaign. It's res, energy shield, pretty much everything we could ask for. No attributes, which isn't super ideal, but it is still a really good helmet actually. It's a lot of energy shield, a lot of resistances. Definitely take that. Alright, but now that we got our book from the Poison Lady, and we got the relic, which you do need a relic from this zone. You get it from just killing random monsters. Once you get the relic and you kill the Poison Lady, then you just need to go to the next zone, which basically you just run opposite from where you spawned in. You should usually find it. Here we are, the Lost City. When do you mostly get your first Greater Jeweler Orbs? Like, when do I start to find them on the ground, or when do I actually, like, start to buy them? I would say I start finding them, like, somewhat consistently around T15 maps. I usually don't find that many in, like, early maps, because I just don't spend that long on early maps, but I'm sure you could start finding them in regular maps, or, like, lower tier maps as well. But I usually start buying them around, you know, once I get to end game as well. I think the earliest I've ever found one was in Act 3. Cool. Alright, nothing super crazy for this zone, but you are looking for this bridge. This bridge with this checkpoint is usually a good sign.
Belongs to me.
It means you are headed in the right direction. I believe this drops a jewel. Oh, no, it's a spirit gem. Now we just gotta keep going. Basically just going opposite of where I spawned in. There's no like super good rhyme or reason to where I'm going in this zone. Don't know the exact pattern for this layout, but it's usually a safe bet. When in doubt, just run opposite from where you spawned in. As you can see, here we go. Found the next zone, pretty easy. We almost have our big, juicy +1 to chaos level spell skills node as well. It's quite nice. Okay, there's a ton of XP in this room, so I'll always do it. I think there's like 2 examples where you can find this type of stuff. Like all these mobs. Oh. Oh, it's so nice. I mean, can you really beat that? It's so satisfying, that Essence Drain Contagion. Nearly brings a tear to your eye. Okay, hit a little dead end. It's okay, this looks like the right way. I'm pretty sure this checkpoint bridge is usually a good sign. Oh, we're getting unlucky with the Essence Drain. There we go. I thought this was a dead end for a second, but it is not, thankfully. Yeah, this way. Yeah, I appreciate that. Rogue plays GR. Thank you, brother. All right, here we go. Heart of Keth. Here comes a little boss fight. Shield charge up to him real quick. Save a little bit of time. You can actually do damage to this guy before he like starts moving around, so you might as well start beaming into him.
Sins of the mother. Embrace corruption. Heed bidding.
Not terrible. At a certain point here, at some point we are actually gonna drop off the Fox Shade. Don't know when, so there's no harm in starting to look at chess pieces, every once in a while now. I don't think this one's quite gonna cut it though. I mean, 100 ES isn't bad. Max life fire res. Yeah, it's probably not gonna cut it though.
I'm usually opposed to burning women alive, but as you wish.
Alrighty, take care of that. Go ahead and spend our passive point.
This is what by your request.
There was a... I will tell your tale.
Sell some stuff super quick.
Do not wander.
Throw some stuff in the stash. Let's grab that level 7 skill gem back really quick. Still can't use it quite yet, so keep that there. Alright, now we're going to go grab our Ascendancy points though. So we're going to go to Trial of the Sekhmas. Now, of course, as I said before, the smart decision here, if you have extra currency laying around, is to just go to the TFT, the Forbidden Trove Discord server. You can find people there that will carry you to get all 8 of your Ascendancy points for about 30 to 35 exalts. So if you have the extra currency laying around, that's definitely the smart decision. As you can see, of course, we could do that, but we're going to refrain from doing it. We're going to get our Ascendancy points naturally. Just to, showcase it for people that don't have any extra currency laying around.
Goodbye.
Let's go ahead and pause our music really quick. So for those of you that don't know, super quick rundown on the Sekhmas, or the Trial of Sekhmas. You have to insert these little Jin Baryas, and then if you haven't done them before, you'll have less space than what you can see here, but you'll have some space. You can slot these relics in here. You get one for free, and you'll get more relics within the trial. You're looking to get honor resistance. Honor resistance is similar to like cold, fire, lightning. It goes up to 75%. Getting to 75% is pretty mandatory and ideal for getting your later Ascendancy points. Not mandatory for your first one though. So we can actually just do it with this relic. To make things a little bit easier for ourselves though, we are going to go grab our relics from our other character. They're not the best relics in the world, but they are decent relics. It's going to make our life a little bit easier. You can also just get an idea of what you're looking for on relics to make things easier. I'm just going to come to my other character really quick. Grab one of these. Slot it in there so we can snag these relics out. Put them in our relic locker. Then we're going to slide back over to our other character. And they will be accessible to us as well now. Let's take that out. Oops. So we're actually... Yeah, we're missing a whole relic, but that's okay. We don't need it. We'll just throw this one in there for now. It's better than nothing. Actually, do we have anything remotely valuable in here? This is not terrible. That's also not terrible. It's not amazing. Alrighty, but yeah, now we're gonna go ahead and start it up.
Let's get this over with.
And this should be pretty easy.
I have to admit, I'm somewhat enjoying all this. Infection!
Nice little exalted orb. Now you can see we actually already got one of those relics. Although we don't really care about relics from this level of the trial because they're not going to end up being like worth anything really, so we don't really need them. But if this is like your first character, you can pick up the relics, identify them. They'll probably be, they're going to be better than nothing, that's for sure.
Stand tall.
We didn't lose any honors, so we don't need to restore any. All these are sacred water fountains, so we're going to look ahead and look at the afflictions. We don't want this. You have no evasion is not the end of the world for us, but not exactly ideal. So we're going to go evasion though. The other two afflictions are also very nasty. Just gonna roll through the fire, save us a little bit of time.
Death and decay!
There we go. On to the next room. Grab our sacred water really quick. Sacred water is going to come in handy for the merchants that we will run into. Allow us to buy little boons, which are effectively buffs that stay persistent throughout the entire trial. Or that stay active throughout the trial.
Stand tall.
Just got smacked a little bit by something, not exactly sure what.
An oasis
It's okay.
in the desert.
Grab this large water fountain, which is quite nice.
I will put you down!
Pull the lever. Boot, scoot, and buggy. Need this other lever as well. And yeah, for these early level trials, you can effectively just like run through most of the traps. You should be okay for the most part. It's not exactly a habit you want to build up for the late game trials, but these early ones, you'll be fine. Grab our large water fountain, and we'll keep going. Here's a merchant, so we're gonna go water fountain and then merchant. If you ever see a merchant, those are almost always the best course of action, assuming you actually have any sacred water to spend. By any, I mean enough to actually buy some boons, which kind of changes depending on what boons you have, but by default it would be about like 250-ish sacred water or more. You should definitely go to a merchant if you ever have the option, because boons are extremely valuable in the Trial of Secamus. Okay, we're making pretty good progress, I feel like. Schmoving along quite nice. Does POE 1 cosmetics work in POE 2? Eventually all of them will. Currently only some of them do. But long story short, yes. POE 1 cosmetics do work in POE 2. It's just a matter of whether or not they've actually ported it over as of yet, which they obviously haven't done it for all skins yet. Or all cosmetics yet. Okay, we're looking for the blue lever. Where's the blue lever at? It's probably over here. Here it is. Ow, I'm getting exploded on. Is there a list of what's been ported? Somebody made a website. So like there was a website for what's been ported over, but I don't know if it's been updated with like the most recent stuff or not. And I actually personally never found out what that website was, but my understanding one did exist that was keeping like an updated list of what's been ported over. And I could be making this up completely out of my ass, but I have a feeling that like the newer the cosmetic is, the more likely it is that it's already been ported over. I'll just say that as well. Alright, but here we are. We are on to the boss. Got a couple of boons, nothing massive. We did get Ornate Dagger, which is pretty nice. No crazy minor afflictions, or no crazy afflictions either, obviously. And all we really need to make sure is that we just don't die from this boss, so we'll be fine. He's gonna do big AoE explosions here at the beginning. Just steer clear. Actually, I think most of what this guy does is just big AoE explosions, so kind of just steer clear, pretty much. And it's pretty simple. Not bad. Not bad. Gonna drop those relics. Like I said, we don't need those. Don't need the quiver either. It's decent amount of max life on the helmet, but it's not gonna beat out our other one.
Rest a while.
Let's talk to Balbala.
I shall aid you.
Wait, you can refund your passives? Oh, Balbala. That's interesting. Okay, we can convert our extra sacred water into keys. Got a royal cache, but we don't have any silver keys. We got a gold royal cache as well, but no keys. Royal caches are quite nice because you can get jewels, and we do have a jewel socket. So if we got a jewel, we could have used one really quick, but it's okay. Let's actually just quickly take a peek and see if we have any jewels sitting in our stash, which I don't think we do. No, not really. Just gonna throw some of our stuff in the stash. Still not level 22, so we can't use our level 7 skill gem. Let's go ahead and get our Lich Ascendancy.
Oh, wait.
Ah, that makes sense. Rogue plays GR. I guess that's why it looked new to me, because they probably added it whenever they made it to where you could respec your Ascendancy. Alright, let's go ahead and ascend. Nice, nice.
We will succeed.
Oh, I didn't need to talk to her there, but we just talked to her anyways. We're going to grab the Life Node and Soulless Form, which unfortunately, Soulless Form, to my understanding, is not really gonna like feel like anything for us at the moment, other than we're gonna have more mana regen. But you gotta trust the process. It's the only one that really makes sense at the beginning. The jewel socket doesn't really make sense because you'd have to go buy a jewel. If you have a good jewel already, then that could make sense. But really, we're looking for Eternal Life, which is going to be really important. And eventually, we're going to be getting the Jewel Socket, and then, of course, Eldritch Empowerment. Jewel Socket's honestly probably going to be the last one we get, or the third one. I'm not sure yet. But for those of you that don't know, when you look at this node, it doesn't really make any sense. There's no inherent mana regeneration, but you do regenerate mana equal to 6% of your maximum life per second. Typically, your base mana regen is 4% of your max mana. So whatever your max mana is, you take 4% of that. That is like your default mana regen, which is then obviously increased by percent increases to your mana regen. So like 20% increased mana regen is going to increase whatever that default value is. This shifts it from 4% of your max mana to 6% of your max life. AKA, typically, this will result in you having a lot more mana regen per second, especially once you get to end game and you have closer to like 1500 to 2k life, but you only have like 800 to 1000 mana or whatever the case may be. You're going to end up with more life than mana, and it's 6% instead of 4%. So you are getting a decent amount of extra mana regen from this node. That's mainly what you're getting at this point. And that's pretty much it, to be honest. Okay, but now we're going to go back to the caravan. I'm around 10 of 10 in Trial of Chaos. Want Ascendancy, Vini? No, I'm good. I appreciate it, Devoured. But I'm gonna do them on natural this time, just so I can, like, actually demonstrate them to the viewer. Yeah, I appreciate that, Zach Harrison. Thanks, my man. Okay, now we're gonna go to the Mastodon Badlands.
A place of ritual and bone. I should retire here someday.
Here we are looking to just get to the next zone ASAP. I think usually it's kind of like a straight line from actually where you spawn in, so we're gonna go ahead and start heading that direction. Actually, I don't know why we followed the wall up to the left at the beginning. And in the next zone, we'll need to kill enemies for a relic, and we'll also need to kill a boss.
None can oppose me.
What is... like, what even is that little debuff, by the way? That 30% debuff they're getting out. Now it's 21%. I actually don't know what that debuff is. Off the top of my head, I don't think that's Hinder. Because, or no, that is probably hinder. I'm trolling, right?
Pit graves and necromancers.
Yeah, it is probably
This
hinder.
place just
Okay, yeah, I'm
gets better
trolling.
and better.
The other one's withering, or withered, for sure. Okay, so now that we're in this zone, we need to kill these big guys, I believe is specifically what it is, that drop the relic. And other than that, we just need to keep moving forward, look for the boss at the same time. Doesn't really matter which one we do first, but we do need to do both of them in this zone. Well, there's the relic, so now we just need to find the boss. Grab this checkpoint really quick. You never know when it could come in handy. Another checkpoint. Passive point. Almost have our big passive node. Thinking the boss is probably over here, but I'm just gonna explore this way until I find another checkpoint. Oh, actually, I think this is the boss. Yep, here's the boss. That is the benefit of just exploring this way until I find another checkpoint.
I'm ready.
This boss, similar to a lot of the other ones early in the campaign, can actually be decently difficult. Actually, many people die on this boss, to be perfectly honest. And I'm not actually sure which one is the best to kill first, but with this build, it seems pretty easy to just kind of kill them both at the same time.
Your turn, Mastodon.
Okay, not bad.
I suppose I am your
Alright, now we can go
mentor,
back.
necromancer.
Do you still enjoy LE more than POE 2 at the moment? No, I do not believe so. I don't think I ever necessarily enjoyed LE more than POE 2, to be perfectly honest. Maybe like for like a split second at like the very beginning of the LE campaign, but outside of that, definitely not. It took me about 10 hours of LE to realize that, or maybe not to realize, but to like start missing POE 2. Granted, I think LE is still a great game. Try to make that very clear in my like most recent 2 reviews of the game. But I think it just has like a serious issue with character progression right now, which like gets in the way of all of the like things it does really well. Like the character progression curve and everything just really threw me off in LE. Threw me for an absolute loop. Kind of just soured all of the other good things that the game had going for it.
Don't lose focus. Strike before it slips away. That were a good hunt.
Should you use good waystones with unique maps? I think what really matters is like basically once you get to T15 maps or like once you get to the point where you're actually really trying to farm maps, you should be trying to do, like, you should never do a map without a waystone that has increased rarity on it at the very least. Like, I think increased rarity on waystones is kind of like bare minimum level of juice if you want to get like any loot whatsoever. Outside of that, getting quantity on your waystones is also very, very helpful. But the rarity part is like super, super helpful. And it's not hard to achieve. So I guess outside of like my normal juicing, I suppose, for waystones, just like making sure it has rarity and hopefully it has quantity. I wouldn't worry about it too much outside of that, I wouldn't say, or I wouldn't think. Have they buffed the loot yet? I don't think so. To my understanding, their plan is to like buff the loot in the next patch, or at least buff some of the loot. Actually, I take that back. They did buff the loot of they buffed the loot of like the campaign, I believe, already. Even on the specific maps that are designated as unique, yes, correct. Even on those, like, I mean, realistically for your waystones, the only way to like really get a good waystones is basically just rarity and quantity on the waystone, and then increase the number of rare monsters helps and is good, but it's basically just rarity and quantity on your waystone. So like, as long as the waystone has that, then you're good to go. I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I don't treat the unique maps really any differently than a regular map. If that makes sense. Like I'm whether if it's a unique map or a regular map, I'm using a waystone with increased rarity and increased quantity. Cause yeah, I just think I think rarity and I mean, at least rarity. Like I think rarity is like a bare minimum for every map. So 0.2 feels very unrewarding compared to last league. Only found one div so far. Yeah, it seems to be a common sentiment amongst players this league that the loot drops are significantly underwhelming. Even like some of the absolute best players are struggling to find ways to get more than like, 1 to 2 raw divine drops every like 6 to 8 hours or something. So the only real ways that feel good to make currency, at least when I was playing before I went to Last Epoch, was not through like raw currency drops, I guess. But with that being said, I have still, I mean, it took me like 5-6 days to make like probably 20, 30, 40, 50 divine or something like that. Because you make most of your currency not from raw drops. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, even if the raw drops are bad, you can still make a lot of currency, thankfully. But it does require some additional knowledge that obviously not everyone is going to have access to. Certainly less straightforward than just raw drops. By crafting, that's part of it. Part of it is, I wouldn't really, personally, I wouldn't say crafting really. I would say like, you know, just rare items, like picking up high item level rare items, especially early into the league whenever there weren't a ton of people at like high levels. You know, if you're one of the early people to high item level rares, that's a big benefit. But then outside of rares, also just like farming Trial of Chaos, Trial of Secamus, jewels make a lot of currency. Farming the pinnacle bosses, especially early on, was very, very profitable. But yeah, I'd say early on it's mainly just rares and like pinnacles, I guess. I can say at least I made most of my currency at the beginning of the league from well, not a lucky, but yeah, most of my currency was from farming Zesht, King in the Mist, and yeah, actually just Zesht and King in the Mist. Then I got one lucky Arbiter drop that did give me some decent currency as well, but I think I made like probably 10 to 15 plus div from King in the Mist. I probably made like 20 div from Zesht. Yeah, and then I made 22 div from one lucky Arbiter drop, actually. So for this boss, you can just like stand right to his left and you don't get hit by anything. Easy peasy.
You're quite possibly my largest victim. Oh, it's warm. And now mine.
Alright, now we go back to Caravan.
This, if my... So I will tell your tale.
Grab the horn. Throw this random jewel in our dump tab.
It is time for glory.
Okay, we gotta use the map to go back to the Halani Gates or whatever, or the Trail of Corruption area. Then we have to use the horn up here at the front of the ship. Go back to Sekima. Now we go to Deshar. Now in Deshar, there's going to be 2 skill points we can get.
This is how they bury their dead. It's rather elegant.
Okay, grab a little waypoint. No proximal tangibility. What does this drop again? I forget. An Artificer's Orb. I think that's new, actually, that they added an Artificer's Orb there. That's nice. Okay, we got our +1 chaos skills. Nice. Nice. A DPS increase for sure. Very satisfying chain.
Take you.
Alcorb the belt. Rolled absolutely nothing. So we're just gonna drop that on the ground. Okay, here's the skill points. You can always find this on like the back side of a big building. So if you're struggling to find it, just go look around the big buildings in the zone. You will eventually find the corpse with the letter. Now from here, there's big birds. Big birds don't really give you anything, but I'm gonna kill them anyways, just for fun. Because at the end of the day, this is a video game. I like to have fun. Sometimes you just gotta stop and smell the roses and fight the big birds, you know? Get a little exalted orb, doesn't hurt. Giant mana flask. We actually, wait, no, we do want that. We don't want the Baria. Identify that, augment, nice. Little upgrade. Identify, mana dex, nice. We'll take that. Ooh, max life, look at that. Stop, smell the roses, get a nice little upgrade. Let's check the gloves. We're actually gonna start finding some upgrades here and there, so doesn't hurt to pick some things up. Or not gloves, because we've already got our unique gloves, but we're at that point where, you know, the stuff that we started leveling with, you know, we can actually start to find some decent upgrades here and there now. Or things that we got in, like, the first town by gambling or whatever, we can certainly start to replace. And you kind of have two options, whether or not you want to, you know, replace them with stuff from trade. Like, if you're really comfortable with the trade website and you have a lot of currency to spend, you're probably better off just buying some stuff from trade. But if you're not super comfortable with the trade website or you don't have currency, you can be more than fine with just stuff you find on the ground for the campaign. And I will probably just be using stuff I find on the ground for the campaign, except maybe at, like, probably around Act 1 Cruel, I'll do one little upgrade session where I'll probably buy, like, a new wand, a new focus maybe not even a new focus, but probably a new wand, new amulet. I'll maybe buy, like, a couple small upgrades, maybe a jewel. But outside of that, we're just going to use stuff that we find on the ground. Okay, from here, we're going to go over here and get these nodes, some more chaos damage, right? This little section right here. I don't think there's anything good here right yet. It's just these nodes. Contagion, Essence Drain. Clear everything, nice and easy. Got another belt, we can Alcorb. It's got double res. It's like mediocre, very moderately better, or like very minor upgrade to what we just had. We'll take it. Now, there's definitely a trick to this zone. Unfortunately, I just don't know it. So I usually just head opposite direction from where I spawn. Usually ends up working out pretty well. Like I said, there is a trick to this zone. I mean, I knew it at some point. I just can't remember it now. But usually I just head opposite direction of where I spawned, and I end up doing okay. Sometimes you can get pretty unlucky with this zone and be stuck here for a while, though. Okay, my freaking essence drains are just hitting the pillars. Unlucky. Alright, so it looks like here, I think I probably need to go back middle, but I'm just going to quickly clear this. Double check. This leads somewhere. We'll just keep following it for now. Oh, nope, here's actually the end. Awesome. See, somehow it just works out pretty well in this zone. I don't know. This zone also sucks, but in this zone, we're looking for the statue that's going to give us our lightning resistance, and then we're looking for the boss. The boss is usually very easy to find. You basically just head opposite direction of where you spawn. You'll almost always find it very quickly. The part that sucks is the lightning statue. I've yet to find like a good rhyme or reason as to figure out where it spawns, but it's usually somewhere in like the middle of the zone. And when I say middle, I mean like in between the spawn and the boss, not necessarily directly in the middle, but it's like at the halfway point between the spawn and the boss usually is what I've found. Another belt, we'll outgorb this. Life, mana, armor, no res. It's not terrible, but not really an upgrade, I don't think. Oh my goodness, we almost got clobbered.
Suffer and die.
Zone can actually be a little bit rippy with the big birds that jump up on top. There's also just a lot of density in this zone, like comparative to the zones we've been in. Yeah, these guys got hanging off the side there. They can come in and smack the shit out of you. Okay, here's a statue. It's actually a pretty quick statue find. You can see here, Benediction YouTube Lich has received 10% to their lightning resistance. So now we keep chugging along. We just gotta head to the boss now. Which the boss is, like I said before, almost always directly opposite of where you spawn in. So it should be somewhere over here. Here it is. Spend our passive point. Do a little shoulder stretch. Ooh, gah. Alrighty. Now on to the boss. Let's actually double check here. No, I get despair. Okay, I don't get despair till level 8. I see. Oh, my shoulders. Okay.
But that makes you predictable. The time of the Faradin is nigh.
Okay, he's gonna do a big plop attack. There he goes. He plops down. You always need to be ready to dodge roll pretty early into the fight. Does another big plop. Did not dodge roll that one effectively. And outside of the big plop attacks, the rest of the boss fight's usually pretty easy. Big plop. Dodge roll. Big plop. Dodge roll. And not bad. Nothing too crazy. Alright, let's level up our essence drain really quick.
Bring you back to serve.
desperately need to start swapping out my chain, which we will probably do for the final boss of Act 2 at the very least. How's Lich going, Vinny? First off, what's up, Floki Sid? How you doing, brother? I'm glad to see you, and it's going good, my man. Going good. We are zooming along quite nicely. We're about 2 hours in, something like that, roughly 2 hours.
The Faraday, as we
About to be
Off we
through
go.
Act 2, so
It's time
we're
to
moving at a
kill.
decent pace. Certainly not world record pace
We
by
may
any
have
means, but
You have your
quite
orders.
decent.
ready yourself. We must prevail, no matter what.
Yes, yes, Sekima. We all know you are very brave.
Grab the waypoint and checkpoint. Now this zone's always the same. It's always just opposite end of where you spawn in, so we're just gonna run. This zone is very rippy though, so if you are playing hardcore, be very careful in this zone. It is super easy to die. I got like exactly 10 exalts. Hope you make the guide under that budget. Well, the leveling guide will be under 10 exalts. I can tell you that much for sure. The first like low budget guide that I'm gonna do for like T15 maps though will probably be pretty much exactly 1 divine. But like the leveling guide for, you know, obviously level 1 until early end game is gonna be like roughly 5 to 15 exalts. And also, not to mention, you'll, I mean, I've already made probably like 5 exalts while leveling. So you're probably going to pretty much make back everything you spent during the campaign. Especially if you get a little bit of a extra rarity on your gear while leveling. Senia, is this of any use to you? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty decent jewel. The crit chance doesn't do anything, but the other stats are good for me. Raisu, if you, well, actually, yeah, never mind. I was gonna say, if you had no use for it, I would consider just buying it off of you. However, actually, I'm not gonna do that because I wanna keep my buying like sprees to little like chunks, so just to make it nice and easy to follow for people that watch the like YouTube video version of this playthrough. So I'm gonna wait to buy any upgrades from trade until I actually get all the way through Act 3. Oh, we're actually gonna go back this way. Another passive point. Need to go turn in the letter to the lady on the caravan for the extra passive points as well. Kind of forgot about that, but oh, we almost ripped. Oh, we almost ripped. Oh, my Essence Drain got interrupted. And now what we're actually gonna do, we're gonna go quickly back to town. We're gonna grab our skill points, we're gonna check the vendors, and since we're about to level, we're gonna check the vendors before we level, and then we're gonna check the vendors after we level.
You found a
So we're gonna
letter
talk to
I
this
have-
lady to give her the letter, which is gonna give us our passive skill points. We're gonna slap our exalts in there. We've made at least 5 to, I don't know, at least 5 plus exalts at this point already, just from leveling, which is quite nice. Throw on our 2 passive points. We'll get this last little passive point before we fight the Act 2 boss, which is gonna be nice. Throw our regex into the vendor. Nothing. Plus 10 all attributes is actually not half bad at all. We will take that. Physical attack damage is mana is not really what we're looking for. Then a cold res ring, but the cold res ring is kind of mid. But we are going to slap that on the 10 all. And yeah, we lose some rarity, but that's okay. We gain fire res. We love fire res. And then now, just double check. No like chaos spell wands. Nope.
I hear you.
Come over
Browse
here.
as long
Throw our
as you
regex in here as well. Max life armor res. Decent, but super high strength requirements. It's not going to happen. Pretty poop. Yes, max life. Oh, wait. We've already got gloves. So we're not going to do gloves. A lot of max life on the belt and armor, but no res, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and swap out our cold res runes, because it looks like we're overcapped on cold res. Let's grab some lightning res runes, because we are about to fight the lightning damage boss of the campaign, basically. So we'll throw 2 lightning res runes in there. Now we're up to 57%, capped on cold. Our fire is a little low, but that's okay. We're not gonna run into any major fire damage. If we really wanted to, we could like artifice absorb our helmet, but we're good on that. We don't need that.
Need some. Take your time.
Let's recheck this lady again, super quick.
A deal
We'll
is
try
made.
on the helmet really quick. Reduced attributes, accuracy, certainly not. Let's go right back to the vendor. This is cold fire.
It
This is honestly probably better. The 60 or the 70 life and armor is probably going to do us more good than the res right now, to be perfectly honest. Alright, so we grabbed a couple upgrades. Now we go back. We got our extra passive points. We're going to get one more level, and then we're going to come back, check the vendors one more time before we fight the boss. This Act 2, like the final Act 2 boss, is probably the worst boss in the campaign by far. Like, not even the Act 2 cool version. Like, the regular, normal Act 2 version is probably the worst. So, doing a little bit of extra, you know, a little bit of extra upgrading, being a little extra cautious for this one never hurts. Not even so much for the death side of things either, really, because obviously dying doesn't really matter if you're playing trade league character, but boss fight actually just takes forever if you don't have like Omega Giga gear. So any little extra oomph you can get helps. Okay, so now we leveled up. Let's just go ahead and get to the end of the zone, and then we'll go back to town. We will recheck the vendors. Oh. Oi. Stop smacking me so hard, man. I do not appreciate it. Okay, here we go. Pair of gloves, but we can't even use them. Oh, they're actually decent gloves too, but we can't use them. Okay, so we got the checkpoint. Let's quickly go back to town and check the vendors one more time since we leveled up. Then we will go ahead and do the boss. So we're actually going to remember to swap out our support gems this time.
Speak up.
Okay. Nothing crazy for wands. No rings either.
Stay
I
inside.
hear you.
Check
No
this
need
other
to
vendor.
rush.
It's a decent chest piece, but it needs 31 strength, so we're not going to do that. Yeah, we're not
Need
meeting 31
something?
strength
Browse as
for
long as
sure.
you like.
Some belt, but we're not really doing much with that
Take
belt.
care.
We can actually, I just realized we're level 28, so we can grab our new boots, which is quite nice. It's going to give us a bunch of extra attributes, more ES, and let's go ahead and slap a fire res rune in there. Bada bing. Throw those back in there. And then do our level 8 skill gem for essence drain. Or I guess we'll do contagion. Got our passive point. Just
My
one more
wares
quick
are
double check. We don't
renowned.
have anything in here, right? I don't think so. Well, actually, maybe there's a chest piece here. Lightning res. ES energy shield. It's not bad. Let's
Wear it
try
with
both of
pride.
these. Let's also actually check normal really quick. Do we have any normal chest pieces? No, we do not. Okay. Max life intelligence. Chaos res. Not bad. Ooh, evasion, ES, max life, lightning res. I mean, that's pretty decent. If we wanted to be really smart, honestly, let's try something super quick. Give me one sec, fellas. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see, let's see. I just want to see if I were to do like a wand upgrade right now, what would we be looking at? Level 29, right? Or 28, but we could get 29 if we need. So for 2 exalted orbs, we're looking at like +2 levels, some spell damage. Nothing crazy, but nothing terrible either. Could also get a life sprig actually, that wouldn't be terrible. +3. I mean, honestly, if this is still available for 1 alch, I mean, like, Trade League is just so OP. Like, I mean, really, can you beat that? 1 alchemy for... Son of a gun, it's available. I mean, it's hard to beat that. 1 alchemy for a freaking +2 levels and cast speed wand, I mean... You can't beat that, bro. You really can't. So... We'll have to take that. We can technically go ahead and grab a chest piece upgrade too. Like, we could grab Ghost Wraith, or we could grab just something regular. Alternatively, we could just use this one that we just got. Probably wouldn't be terrible. But yeah, it's a nice little upgrade on the wand ski. Throw an Artificer's Orb in there, and we're gonna throw an Iron Rune. Iron. It's gonna give us that nice little 25% increased spell damage, which we will gladly take. Put this back in the stash so we can showcase it later if we need. And yeah, let's just see what can we find for like one exalted on the chest piece side of things. So we could probably do a Ghost Wraith if we really wanted, but one. I don't really care about spirit, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, this looks right. This is on seasonal or live? It's on like live, if you mean, or if that's what you mean. It's like Dawn of the Huntress. I had exam, so to concentrate, I deleted my Huntress, which I made while watching you. But wow, that's funny. That is funny. I mean, this is an insane chest piece for 2 exalted orbs. 105 ES, 95 life, int, res. I mean, it's hard to beat that. This is life triple res right here. Let's go ahead and just snag this one up for 2 exalts. I mean, 2 exalts is pretty cheap. Honestly, in hindsight, we might get similar value by just slamming 2 exalts onto one of these chest pieces, actually. Try this one, listed 19 hours ago, not too long ago. There we go, we got one. Not bad, it's triple res one, we'll take it. Ooh, wait, who's this? Oh, that's the other guy. We want this one. Sorry to let that person know we're sorry. So we actually ended up finding a better chest piece for the same price. Let's actually open up our sidekicks. We have our keybinds available. Hopefully this person will make his way on over to me pretty quickly here. Honestly, these could probably sell for like an alchemy or an exalted orb, but that's just like too low of a currency that's for it to be worth our time to sell. Alrighty, there we go. We got a nice little 6 mod decent chest piece here. Go ahead and add 2 artificers to it. We'll do lightning. Or wait, let's actually put it on really quick. Let's do 1 lightning, 1 fire. One lightning. And then 1 fire. Alright, there we go. 68, 65, 44. It's pretty decent. pretty decent for the res. Any plans for a Smith of Catawba build? Not immediately on the horizon, but at some point, potentially, we might end up doing that. Let's take our portal really quick. No, the other side of the portal disconnected. What? Okay, I guess we gotta redo the Dreadnought Vanguard really quick. Thankfully, it's not a very long zone. We should put our Fox Shade back in the stash, actually. Okay. Alrighty, back to the Dreadnought Vanguard. I'm gonna rerun through this zone super quick. Okay, now we've got pretty decent HP and ES. We've got 770 HP, about 300 ES. It's pretty decent effective HP pool so far at this point in the campaign. Especially in combination with our resistances. Frostbolt Cold Snap Stormweaver is busted, by the way. Interesting. I think I saw like some clips of like Jungruin playing some build similar to that or something that looked like it might have been that. Interesting to know that it's very good. Out the belts, you never know. It's probably a better belt. It's also 2 charm slots already, so we could actually go grab our stun charm or ignite charm or something like that to help us out. Freeze charm would also obviously be really good. I just don't know if we're high enough level for the freeze charm yet. Don't know what the level requirement for that is off the top of my head. Okay, where do we want to go next? Because I think... it's probably either here or... yeah, let's go for these nodes. More than likely the first one is going to be more valuable, Raider 1 TK. The flat fizz damage should definitely be more valuable 9 times out of 10. Alrighty, here we are onto the final boss of Act 2. Currently known to be a very annoying boss just because of how much HP / like resistances he has. It can take a decent amount of time to actually get him killed.
the sycamore. Yardura, bow before your king.
The
Marrakech will
Marrakech
pay.
bow to kings. We still submit. You are finished.
For my people!
Drain. We're running out of time. End this.
I will hold
What
this
are you
oppressor at bay! I don't have time for this! Sand! Bend to my will! Impede my enemies! Fall, damn you!
Little dodge roll on the heavy attack.
Our
And now it's
to you!
big slam. We didn't dodge that, unfortunately.
The Marrakech will pay! We will blot out the sun! I will erase you! Take our hate!
Thankfully, we kind of just face tank that slam.
Marrakech will pay! Win to me! Die!
Honestly, for Jamon Ra, that was pretty damn quick, because this boss takes forever to kill usually.
This is not over. Not
Why don't
yet.
you level up something faster like Lily or Lazy Exile ones? You'd have to give me an example. I'm not familiar with anything fast or any like fast leveling build from Lily or Lazy Exile, to be perfectly honest. At least, especially not specific to like the Witch. But even beyond that, I would just say that it probably just doesn't fit within the boundaries of kind of like what I'm trying to do for the character, since I do just want to like level it as a Chaos Dot Lich specifically.
The war.
I'm not, especially for like newer players, but I think even for me in general, I'm just not the hugest fan of doing like a leveling build that then has to like do a big massive transition into a different build once you get to endgame. Like if my plan is to be a Chaos Dot Lich in endgame, even if it takes me an extra hour or two to get through the campaign, I usually find it more enjoyable to just kind of like level with whatever build I intend to play in the end game. I don't know if that's just a me thing, could be, but I'm just not a huge fan of having to do like a big massive transition once I get to end game. It's just like not, I don't know why really, I just don't really like to do it.
My word.
So, I think it's time.
Although it's certainly got to be more efficient.
You're right.
Basically rake with stomping ground. Is that actually even like that good?
I am.
Like I mean I know it's decent. Like I know the whole concept, I guess, of rake stomping ground, but
I knew all along. For
is
one
it
vying
actually
for
like
power,
that good? I guess I haven't seen like a footage of somebody leveling with it really, but is it gonna be significantly better than just
Yes. Yes. Until then.
Contagion Essence Drain?
Beast has grown.
Or I guess, let me rephrase that. I'm sure it would be significantly better if you invested currency into it for sure. Because if you're able to stack enough strength, it'd probably be disgusting compared to other stuff. But if you're just doing like a non or like a low budget setup would it actually be as good.
Your swamp fiends won't help you.
Feeling that TBH was not that fun to spam rake till 65, but it is really fast. About 5 hours a switch. Yeah, it is fast, I'm not gonna lie. It is actually very fast if it was legit 5 hours. Especially if it was 5 hours on like a 10 exalt budget or whatever. Like you didn't have to, you know, do like a 5 divine twink setup or something. But that does sound pretty decent. I probably missed the loop on that just a little bit whenever I went over to play last Epoch. Granted, I already knew about Rake Stomping Ground, like as a competitor to just like Lightning Spear, for example, for leveling, but I'd never done enough extensive research on it to see like how good it was, I guess. And then I know now, of course, there's some crazy like bleed blood mage build or something like with the spear, where you use like I can't even remember what the skill is, like blood hunt or something, like whatever skill like makes you jump to the enemy and like explode them based on eating or something. I can't remember, but I know that build is just disgusting. I think it's blood mage that's doing it too. Although I'm sure you could probably do it on other ascendancies as well. Ooh, that was satisfying. But yeah, I mean that all makes sense then. I guess I would say like if I was just playing on my own, basically, not doing any level of content creation with it, I could probably pretty easily envision myself making use of a leveling build such as that, like the Rake Stomping Ground setup. But especially for like a newer player who might already even be struggling or confused with just figuring out how to play like Chaos.Lich, like maybe they want to play a Chaos.Lich, but they're actually having to learn that for them to watch a video about Chaos.Lich leveling, which is what this is going to be. You know, it's going to be an everything explained for Chaos.Lich, for them to watch the video, and then it end up being, okay, here's full walkthrough on how to level up a Chaos.Lich. You're actually just going to use a spear and rake and stack strength for the entire campaign. Here's how we're going to set that up, and etc, etc. But then, like, by the time I actually got to endgame, I finished the campaign, the walkthrough's over, it would be like, alright guys, just killed Doriani in Act 3 Cruel. Now we're going to actually swap over to Chaos.Lich. I'll catch you guys in the next video, basically, or whatever. Like the full walkthrough for the Chaos.Build would actually just end up being a rake walkthrough, basically.
Wither away!
Which, you know, there's a market for that, because I'm sure there are people that are comfortable enough with the game such that they would want to see that version of it. They would rather see, okay, how do I just level up really quick with Rake, and then once we get to endgame, explain to me how to transition into Chaos.Lich, but there's obviously also going to be a market for the other side of things, where it's the people that are not interested in being overwhelmed by having to learn the Rake leveling build and to learn the Chaos.Lich simultaneously, I suppose. I guess playing Chaos.Lich in endgame will be a lot easier if you've already been playing it throughout the entire campaign. You already understand, like, okay, how do I scale my damage? How do I scale my defenses? All that good stuff. You actually learn all of those valuable lessons during the campaign.
Let it now know darkness.
Okay, but here we are, obviously in Act 3 now. So in the Jungle Ruins, we're looking for the big monkey, who's going to give us our +2 skill points. We're looking for the Venom Crypts as well. It's going to give us our quest reward for Chaos Resistance, which is quite nice. Or actually, I think it's going to be Elemental Ailment Threshold for non-cool. I think we get Chaos Res and cool.
Big one incoming.
Okay, here's Monkey Man.
That.
Now, Monkey can actually be a little spooky. If you get hit by a slam, you just die, pretty much. He's gonna do a slam. And, well. What did I say? A little rusty. Maybe played Last Epoch for too many days.
Drain.
Oh, I'm getting stuck. Slam. Alright, monkey down. Monkey down, boys. It's all good.
Impressive beast. This jungle produces
If you haven't
fire
died to the monkey,
serpents.
stop lying. I know you've died to the monkey at least once. Okay, now we need to go. Alright, now we need to do the Venom Crypts, but something I usually like to do here is I try and grab the waypoint for the next zone. Like if I haven't found the Venom Crypts yet and I find the monkey, usually the next zone is somewhere right up north of the monkey. It's like right here actually, so we're gonna grab the waypoint in here and then we're gonna go back, look for the Venom Crypts. Oh, Venom Crypts, where are you? Hey, chill out, monkeys. Filth Bite the Mangy. Alright. That's a name. I've found every point of interest in the zone now, except for the Venom Crypts. Feels good, man. Oh man, let me through here. Prevents recovery above 50%. Eat my ass, bro. Wait. I found the Venom Crypts? When did I find this? What the hell? I'm blind as shit. I'll tell you what, partner. I'm blind as shit, brother. Alright. This little area, the Venom Crypts, can kind of suck. There's like a million different ways that you can go. So it's kind of just like an explore everything angle. Pick a wall. Hug the wall. Oh, this guy's a fat ass. He will not let me through. No, there's a set. No, I don't think this is it. This is a sarcophagus one. GG. The wrong POI. GG. Okay, well, we keep going. Keep hugging the wall. We'll find it one day. Damn, the poison mobs hurt so much, bro.
Ready? Let's do this.
Little asshole poison spitters.
Stay on it.
Suffer and die!
Let's get him up on the roof. Oh, it got away.
Yeah, obviously, I do not care about the Asmeri spirits right now, in case you couldn't tell. I'm not paying attention to those whatsoever. We're getting close. I can smell it. Surely we're getting close. Actually, let me clear out this bottom area. Do 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 do.
Wither away!
check this. You never know. Could be right over here. Nope.
I am the apex.
Okay, it's probably gonna be in some stupid little corridor of an area that I've kind of already half explored. Fortunately. Okay, alright, so where are we at now? What's going on here, game? I hate this part, man. Sometimes this one can be, like, trying to find this little quest objective can be so annoying. Yeah. Oh, I'm kind of trolling by not using my shield charge more. Here we go. Isn't towards the inside of the O? It kind of looks like it. I think you might be right. I think I have experienced that in the past as well. So it's usually going to be on like one of the little things that are like cutting in. You're probably right about that.
We've been evil and
Okay, elemental ailment done. We probably want elemental ailments, right? Yeah, I'm thinking it's. I mean, it's got to be stun or elemental, but I think elemental is the play. It's got to be the play. That's what we're going with, anyways.
Is a form of power, I suppose.
Oh wait, I'm pretty sure we forgot to change, bro. We forgot to change the support gems for the Act 2 final boss. Of course we did. Of course we did. Absolute goober I am. Okay. It's a decent scepter, but we don't really care about it. Let's go ahead and dump our stuff in the stash. Let's get back to it. Yo, what's up, Barack Durson? I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much, my man. Thank you, brother. I forgot to get the freaking waypoint? No way. Oh, let's go. We're lucky. We still got the checkpoint, though. Fat. W. Alright, now this zone, as you can see, there are 3 different zones that connect to it, and we're going to need to go to all 3 of them. So it's usually for me, I like to run around. I get the waypoint for this zone, and then I just like to try and get the waypoint for all of the other zones as well. Try to delete it after 1 hour. Prefer POE 2 with good and bad things. It's pretty reasonable. I had a somewhat similar experience. Not 1 hour, though, but yeah, I pretty quickly started to miss POE 2 quite a bit. The build for the Lightning Spear Huntress is updated on max roll. Yes, if you're looking at the most recent video, it's gonna have my most up-to-date stuff on the Huntress. I have not made any significant changes to the build since the most recent video. Did you drop the Huntress? Drop's not exactly the word I would use. I'd say, like, for my personal, I guess, things, or like my personal wants and needs, I kind of finished the Huntress. Like, I was just ready to move on to my next playthrough, which for me is going to be the Chaos.Lich. And yeah, I mean, my Huntress could do T4 of every pinnacle encounter except Delirium, or except Simulacrum and Arbiter. But Simulacrum, it could do T3, and Arbiter, it could probably do T3. Technically, I take that back. It could do T4 Arbiter. I would just have to actually do mechanics. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And so yeah, so rather than, you know, go from a 20 div whatever budget build, which is what I was at, roughly 20 div or something like that, rather than go from 20 div budget on the Lightning Spear Huntress to 50 div and then to 100 div and then to 200 div, for me personally, I'm gonna get more enjoyment out of just making another character. It's also just gonna be a much, like, infinitely better decision from a content creation perspective as well, to like move on to the next character, as opposed to just sitting there and hyper optimizing the Lightning Spear Huntress to a point where most people can't even, you know, most average players are not going to be able to afford to do a 100 div investment build.
Oh my, greedy fools.
Decent helmet, not an upgrade though. How many X is a div worth now? Last I checked, like a couple days ago, I think it was like 130 or something. Grab the waypoint really quick. Come back. Also, wait, I actually definitely trolled. Let me. Oh shit, let me let me just try and speed run to the Chimera really quick. Now I need to go back to the other zone. I forgot. I literally was talking about how I wanted to find all the zones, grab all the waypoints, and then I just did the exact opposite of that. Ow. No, please don't. Okay, thank you. Ooh.
Good time. The spirit is near. Good eye. Let's run this wisp down.
Come on, Chimera, where are you? Where are you, Chimera? Checkpoint, please. Nice, perfect. Chimera. Okay, what do we want to do next? So we could get ES next. We could get cast speed next. We can head this way, get patient barrier, and then more chaos damage, obviously. Yeah, let's go cast speed.
Death and decay.
Make sure we actually apply our withered. Okay, easy
A relic of
peasy.
chaos, it seems.
Actually, grab this focus. You never know. Let's grab the waypoint really quick. Now we need to go back. Infested Barrens. Can you explain the curse snapshotting, please? What do you mean by curse snapshotting? I know what snapshotting is, but I'm not aware of curse snapshotting.
The volume. I've never seen. Keep up the search.
Her
What's wrong, lady?
positive attitude sickens me.
Okay, we need to find the other zones now. The only thing I could think of for curse snapshotting maybe would be like, well, yeah, I guess first it depends on what you mean by curse, which if you're talking about like the actual curses, like despair, for example, and not like just chaos damage over time that you're calling a curse, then yeah, it's probably what SJ is saying, which is if you,
Wither away.
which I guess, yeah, technically it is snapshotting, but if you use a bunch of weapon set points for curse effect and stuff, and then you use curses with your second weapon set, when you swap back to weapon set 1, those curses still get all of the extra effect from the weapon set 2 passive points. Okay, yeah, so then yeah, it's what SJ is talking about, God Game. It's basically the weapon set 2 passive points are set up so you get a bunch of extra curse effect and duration from like these nodes, and these nodes primarily. And then you make it to where your curse comes out from your second weapon set, which is what has those passive points. So when you use your curse, you swap to weapon set 2. It gets all of those extra bonuses from the passive nodes, and then when you go back to doing your regular damage skills, you go back to weapon set 1, which doesn't have these passive nodes, but the curse that you already applied with weapon set 2 will will continue to have those extra effects, or those extra bonuses.
Time to have some fun.
Okay. Alright, yeah, now we need to do Azak Bog. Then we can go do Jakani's Machinarium, and then we can do the Chaos Trial for our Ascendancy. This zone kind of sucks. Massive crapshoot on where to look for the boss. Tend to find success with like the middle top of the zone, somewhere around there. But also, if you find the little section with all the effigies that you can set on fire. Usually the boss is also right next to that as well. Okay, here's the effigies. So the effigies are nice. If you set them all on fire, you get a little fire resistance buff or something, or like take less fire damage, which this boss does a lot of fire damage, so might as well set the effigies on fire real quick. And then now the boss should be decently close to this.
Suffer and die!
Okay, I got a little unlucky, it looks like. Maybe the boss is over here? Certainly possible. Certainly possible. Oh, nope, here it is. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. What level do I need to be for level 36? Level 34, okay.
A stick! You're embarrassing us, Azak Witch.
It's always so impossible to hit this boss when she's zooming around like that. Now, this boss is usually decently easy, but she does have a couple of crazy fire damage attacks, which can be pretty rough, actually. I think it starts in phase 2, to be specific. Yeah, it starts in phase 2. Yeah, like this. If you get hit by that, you're just gonna get nuked, I believe. Also, any of those red circles will definitely hurt quite a bit. But we got her down. Not bad.
It was deserved. I draw the line at children.
Okay, so we got extra 30 spirit. So we can't really do anything with 60 spirit, like not anything massive, but there are some things we can sort of technically do right now to give us a little bit of min-max, or just a little bit of optimization. We're actually going to go ahead and grab Convalescence. We're going to attach that to our second weapon set. Do that with this level 9 Spirit Gem. Actually, we also need to upgrade our Withering Presence, but we'll do that with our level 10 Spirit Gem. It's level 9, we're going to grab Convalescence. Throw this in here, weapon set 2 specifically. Convalescence. And now that should be good.
Here.
You?
I tried. Which
Grab
is like
Thawing
having the
Charm.
sisterhood a bad name.
Bada bing. Now let's do this. We're gonna do Freezing and Stone Charm, which is quite nice. We're set up pretty lavishly here.
What do you need?
Den of Snakes. Oh, I also get an Artificer's Sword for that. Interesting. Cool.
Need a guide? Ah, some pretty. I'll take it.
Sell this. Decent, but we're gonna sell that. We go ahead and stash everything else. Okay. We got our Inscribed Ultimatum, easy peasy. Now we need to go back. Oh yeah, don't forget to activate the skill this time. You're correct. We need to specifically weapon set 2 though. It's weapon set 1. And how does that actually begin recharging energy shield and prevent it from being interrupted? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, let's see how this works really quick. Okay, let's go to Jakani's Machinarium or whatever. Assuming I can't use that right now because my energy shield is full, right?
Constructs once powered by dead souls.
A foul ruin that
So,
has been looted.
I just want to see
No one from
if I'm on weapon set 1. Can I just hit my Q button and will it swap me over and use the ability? Okay, well, nice. Perfect. Wait, it didn't even look like a weapon swapped me. Looked like it just used the ability. Interesting.
Just what I need.
Try Sanguis Hirum Staunching Charm. Is that the unique bleed charm? I've definitely tried that on my Amazon, so I've tried it before.
This mechanism.
Oh, goodness.
It awakes.
No stone up
Ow.
Death, take you.
How likely is Lich going to stay relatively high in the meta next patch? Trying to play one character per patch. I envision Lich will probably be pretty good next patch as well. I envision that Essence Drain Contagion will probably be a decently good build for probably the rest of PoE 2 history, unless it just gets like giga nerfed for whatever reason, but it's kind of some staple skills, honestly, Essence Drain Contagion. Oh my goodness, why am I yawning so much? It's crazy. Okay, soul core achieved. Need a couple more of these bad boys, obviously. Yeah, wait, how is it doing that? It's kind of weird because when I use this ability, it's like, it's not making me swap weapons. And I also don't have it activated on weapon set 1, but it like, yeah, it doesn't actually change weapon sets. What? That can't be intended, right? It seems like a bug that it's not making me swap weapons. Makes it seem like you just get convalescence for free. Okay, we got all of our soul cores now, which is nice. Might have to do some further testing on that. Trying to figure out why it seems like we're just getting it for free. Okay, yeah, now it doesn't work. Okay, so I don't actually think we're getting it for free. I mean, we're kind of getting it for free. But it seems like it just doesn't make you weapon swap if you don't want to. Don't want to have to. Or wait. Turn it off. Yeah, now. Okay, yeah, so now it doesn't work. Yeah, that's cool. Doesn't make you weapon swap. It's actually quite nice.
I will unmake
Okay. Same as always, we're just gonna run in here, grab the waypoint really quick, and then we need to come back to this zone so we can get the fire resistance from the side boss, or the optional boss.
putrefy.
Is there a leveling guide for this, or are you going off the top of your head? Right now, I'm going off the top of my head based off of just like the research that I did in advance. And I will be creating a leveling guide for this in the very near future. And this full walkthrough, there's also going to be a full walkthrough for it as well. In the meantime, there are obviously other build guides, though, for similar build. On Maxroll, I'm sure you can find something, and worst case scenario, you can just go, you know, look on POE Ninja, which is effectively what I did, and you can kind of figure out ideas from there as well, of course.
None can oppose me.
Okay, little optional fire resistance boss.
Wither away.
Okay, not bad.
Impressive.
Got our
Perhaps I could
fire
learn a thing or two
res.
from this Hikwani.
Hikwani. That's how my witch pronounces it. It's funny. Makes sense though. Soft J.
This is the largest soul core I've ever seen. With this, we could power the mechanism in the waterways. There is maybe good luck. You should have served me. Putrefy.
Okay, this zone, not a massive favorite of mine, but it's pretty simple. The only annoying part is finding the medium soul cores, because they can kind of spawn like sometimes even right next to each other. No, it's not usually what happens, but effectively they can kind of spawn anywhere. Once you find them though, it's pretty simple. You just have to go up to the top left side of the zone and top right side of the zone and activate these generators by placing the soul cores in them like so. Damn, that mob just tried to beat the shit out of me. And then I usually like to just check around the generator because I've literally found the second soul core like in these top corners before, just hiding forever. So I like to check all around the generator before I move on. Okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and go on over to the right side. Take the checkpoint down here. We're gonna go from bottom to top on this side now. Looking for the second soul core.
Infection. Another corpse to serve me.
And hopefully we will be lucky and the soul core will just be like somewhere up here tucked on the right side. But it certainly does not always happen that way. It looks like we are going to be unlucky. It's going to be in some like super random place for no good reason, really. We have to go do some searching. We got a jeweler strongbox. Maybe we'll find a jewel. Be kind of nice. Okay, nice. We got a lot of sapphires, actually. We might get something decent. Evasion, cold res, dex. It's not terrible. Let's check the sapphires. Maximum life on kill, not great. I mean, the max energy shield is probably the only one that's gonna do it. Yeah, I mean, for now, we'll just slot this in, because it's certainly better than nothing. But it is not, you know, an amazing jewel by any means whatsoever. For this build, anyways.
I can create better.
Here we go. It's actually not a terrible jewel, all things considered, though. It's just crit chance is not really very effective for us. Oh, here's the soul core. Thankfully, we found it. Honestly, could have been worse. Could have been back on the left side somewhere hiding, which would have been certainly very annoying. Okay, now we got that taken care of. Now we checkpoint back to the beginning. We have to wait for this like red line to come and do the whole thing and blah 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 blah, and then we get to fight the big robot. Give me one sec, chat. I'll be right back. Gotta take a short little break. Take me like 2 minutes probably. Alrighty, we are back. Got ourselves some fresh Wawa. Gotta put some of this good flavoring stuff in it real quick. Some blue raspberry water flavoring. Shit is fire. What's up, Pick? How you doing? Quite nice. Okay. We're almost level 40 actually, so we can almost put on our in-series disdain, which is gonna be quite cool. Quite nice. Create our withering presence really quick. Alright. Still gotta wait for this thing to make its way over here. Here it comes. Slowly but surely, it's on its way.
Soul core is charged. Why don't you? Oh dear. Now we just have to remove it from that giant construct. Good luck. Infection.
Dodge the lasers. Use our convalescence to get our energy shield back. And our energy shield recharge rate is quite low. Gotta actually remember to stay pretty close to the boss so I can consistently apply my withered stacks. It's quite important. Alrighty, now we go back to the infested barrens. Go ahead and turn in the soul core to Alva. She's gonna open up the Matlin waterways. We can go do that whole section really quick, and I think after we do this section we will do yeah, probably after this section we'll do the Trial of Chaos for our 3rd and 4th Ascendancy points. This zone relatively simple. It's pretty straightforward layout. It can be a bit of an annoying layout, like it just takes a bit of time, but relatively straightforward. You can pretty much only ever go one way, and you're basically just looking for the levers. Holy man, these mobs are smacking the shit out of me, I won't even lie.
This better still work.
Yeah, we have no evasion, no armor. Might actually want to invest in a little bit of armor or evasion once we get deep into the game. I don't know if that's reasonable or not, or if we'll just kind of need to go full ES. I mean, we'll probably actually be fine with full ES because we're just going to have such a high energy shield pool later into the game, but prior to having that massive energy shield pool, we are getting chunked a little bit. Might actually also come up here and grab these 3 nodes as well. think getting a little bit of additional area of effect on my contagion could help with my clear. Just my quality of life too, or the overall quality of life. Little side objective back here. Certainly don't need to kill this monster, this rare, but I'm just gonna do it anyways. Look at that. A little exalted orb, never hurt anybody.
I will feast on your soul. Wither away.
Okay, so now I think my plan for passes is I'm gonna get this node really quick, and then I'm gonna grab these extra area of effect nodes. Obviously, this node's super nice because it's just more energy shield. It's super, like, it's very low amount of points invested required to get here. We already came for the cast speed, extra 2 points for 30% energy shield, and then 2 more points for 30% more, plus stun threshold and elemental element threshold. It's quite nice. We are actually coming up on a zone here in the next couple levels towards the end of Act 3, which is pretty well known for having a ridiculous amount of stuns. So that node should actually help us out there a little bit.
Death is my power to wield.
How many exalts in right now, Vinny? I mean, there's still just 5 to 6 exalts for what we started with, not including the Greater Jeweler's Orbs. You know, if you can't afford the Greater Jeweler's Orbs, just get the Lesser Jeweler's Orbs. And at the beginning of the stream, I talk about like the order of priority for the sport gems, so you can just use the first 3 instead of the first 4. But all of like the gear and stuff starting out was like 5 to 6 exalts. And since then, we've only spent 2 more exalts plus 1 more alchemy orb, I think. But we've also made like 5 to 10 exalts already, so we've pretty much made as much or more money than we've spent on the character already, I think. We haven't even gotten through the first 3 full acts.
Death and decay.
releasing leveling after Act 3 Cruel. If you're talking about like a leveling guide, yes. It'll be sometime shortly after Act 3 Cruel. I don't know if it's going to be like today specifically, but yes. I'll be releasing a leveling build guide video, and then I'll also just be leveling or releasing the recorded version of this full leveling process as like a walkthrough that people can revisit if they want, or for people that just didn't catch it live also. Yep, no problem, brother. It'll definitely be within the next couple of days for sure. Like I assume the leveling build guide and the full walkthrough will be released within the next 2 to 3 days.
Yes. Yes. Drain away. Reveal yourself.
Have you played Last Epoch after the last video? I have not. And I certainly don't intend to at the moment. I can tell you that much. But yeah. I'm actually gonna go do my Ascendancy trial now, or I'm gonna attempt to. I don't know if I've ever really attempted it quite this early at level 37. But I think we'll be okay. Should be okay.
Of the dark
Just dump some stuff in our stash super quick.
to her will.
We can actually finally get Despair, which is nice. Let's go ahead and grab our support gems for this. As well as LJO and PJO. We also need to grab, whoops, we have not been using these supports in our Withering Presence. Well, I guess only Persistence was the one that mattered, really. I guess we can go ahead and put Clarity in there too, actually. Now that we got the additional 30 spirits, we can put Clarity in. Okay, now we have Despair. Let's go ahead and grab. Boop, boop, boop. Kang Hex, Heightened Curse, Cursed Ground, and Inspiration. For our stash, we're just gonna dump this stuff. Okay, we probably want to apply quality. Yeah, curse magnitude, definitely want to quality this. And actually, we probably should. Yeah, and that would be a pretty decent time to actually get our like weapon set 2 passive set up, but we'll do that after the trial. I don't think we
Best
need
not
it for
rest
the
on your
trial.
laurels just yet. Coagulated masses befall you. Your challenge awaits. Prove yourself.
Yes. Let me in.
We'd be playing Diablo 4 new season? Probably not, to be honest. At least I don't immediately envision myself to be. Is it a good idea to farm currency on Castrol? I haven't tried it this league personally, but it was quite good last league.
Ruin seeks you. Stem the tide.
Death and decay. Get out of my way.
Okay, it's going pretty decent so far. Almost level 80 and still no perfect or div. Rip. Feels bad, brother man. To be fair, perfects are super rare, so I wouldn't feel bad about not finding a perfect by that point. Not finding a single div by that point is like... it's like 50-50, I feel like, but...
Slay them amongst
I wouldn't anticipate finding a perfect jewelers before level 80, to be perfectly honest. Them shits are just so rare.
Follow the path.
Damn, why is the radius on the tower so small, actually?
Suffer and die.
Hello, tower. Why you not moving? Or statue, why you not moving? There we go. my goodness, the Stalking Shade is beating my ass in this tiny little corridor. Okay, yeah, Stalking Shade was a terrible pick with 10% movement speed. But it's also just super unfortunate that I got the freaking statue. Holy Stalking Shade disaster. Okay, thankfully though, I don't think we'll get another like escort the statue one, so we should be okay. Shouldn't end up getting these
We are only
last
getting
3
started.
stacks. Bleed and poison.
Vines
Big
restrict
grasping
your every
vines.
move.
I have no CI, so bleed and poison can be. Actually, bleed and poison shouldn't be too bad now I think about it, because I don't have Eternal Youth. Playing V Rising from tomorrow. Is that new V Rising update come out tomorrow? I feel like I've heard about it. Is that good? Is there more? Is there more? A little bit. Is it actually like hype, the new update? I've heard some people talk about it, but you going full ES or evasion ES? The plan right now is to go full ES, but I've seen some people, like some high level liches on POE Ninja, that do go like mostly energy shield, but they like dabble in evasion. They end up with like 55% evasion rating or something, or 55% evasion chance. And I'm thinking I might try that at some point just to see if that feels good, because they still have like 10k plus energy shield. Sorry. I'm just eating a couple quick fries really quick. Oh yeah, on the Huntress, 100%. On the Huntress, I would definitely go eat evasion, energy shield hybrid. I thought you were talking about for this character, the Chaos Lich. Ooh, that shit was good. I got a pretty good wand for you, my old wand. What is it? Or like what's like the level requirement? Is it like a +5 chaos or +5 all spells, or is it like a leveling wand? If it's a leveling wand, I'm good, but if it's an endgame wand, like maybe in the future, I'd buy it off of you. I wouldn't just take it, but I'd buy it off you. Yeah, maybe once I get to end game, I'll think about buying it off you. I wouldn't want to take it for free because like that's gonna like ruin my fun as well partially. Like not having to, I mean, not having to actually like buy my items for my characters is kind of just like it's like playing Minecraft in creative mode, right? Like kind of gets boring quick. Oh, I should have put despair down. Whoops.
Your next attempt prove more fruitful.
Oh no, wait. No, I forgot the frickin'. Yo, I forgot the ruin, man. I was getting smacked by the little shade. No. Tragedy. I mean, I'm a... yeah, I'm gonna try it again.
The challenger returns.
Drop me your IGN, I'm gonna link it. You can see it here on screen.
I hope you have learned.
Benediction,
since your
YouTube,
previous
Lich.
attempt. Lightning descends. Your challenge.
I was actually so confused whenever I like died there. I completely forgot about the freaking stalking shade and the fact that I already had 4 stacks of it too.
Another corpse to serve.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely both look pretty damn decent. There's not like a ton more you could really want. I wouldn't think on a Chaos.Lich wand. You don't really need mana.
Oh, wipe that smile off your
Although I guess
face.
mana doesn't hurt. Oh yeah, that one's insane.
Corruption infects the blood.
I need more time. I need more time.
Survive.
Death and decay. None can oppose me. All part of my plan.
Yeah, I imagine cast speed was going to be obviously one of the definitely priority stats. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm just holding off on the Ascendancy for now, I guess. Kind of had like a momentary lapse of just focus and just insta-died. So we'll just hold off. I don't even think, I mean, our next Ascendancy points aren't even going to give us a massive boost to anything that's like super significant right now anyways. Missing out on some tankiness mainly. That's pretty much it actually. I guess we'll also get low life stuff, but we don't have enough passive points for low life stuff anyways.
Beyond the, I recommend good luck.
Actually gonna check the vendor super quick as well.
Be one their queen. Some odds and ends we found in the jungle. It is yours. Don't drink the water.
Such in particular.
Does anybody know how that Ascendancy point? Life cannot change away, but yes, with spells that cost life. Yeah, so if you put like a life tap on a spell or on a skill while you have it, I'm not sure what happens, but I know if you take off all your energy shield gear, or there's a unique helmet that you can equip, and the unique helmet, it gives you Eldritch Battery, so it takes away all your energy shield. You put on that unique helmet, then you use a life tap spell or a life tap skill, and you can go to low life, and then you put your regular helmet back on, you go back to energy shield, and you'll be like permanently stuck at low life, which is kind of like a nice thing you can do with some of like these passive skills up here. Increase cast speed when on low life and stuff like that. There's other things too, I think, but that's just one off the top of my head.
Yes.
But while you actually have energy shield, I'm not sure what happens if you try to use like a life tap skill. I don't know if it'll let you or what happens.
Lovely little piece right there. Sad to see it go.
It's actually super weird, but I almost want this stun threshold because of how whack some of these zones get with stuns.
How goes? So, treasure hunters in particular. Don't get eaten.
Probably not though.
Hey there.
I'll take it.
See you.
Is Spark viable this league? Got tired of LS everywhere. Yeah, I think there's some Spark, like some Blood Mage Spark builds that people have figured out. I haven't personally played one yet, but I think it is viable. Anyways, the trick for this zone is pretty much to always go up and then far right. Eventually you're going to hit this checkpoint in this area with like a bunch of these little like caves or whatever. And from here you pretty much do the same thing where you just go right and like up again. And eventually this is going to bring you to the apex of filth. So not here. But let's also go ahead and start grabbing these points. So yeah, right here, and you can kind of just follow this road too. It usually leads you there. To some extent, like here, I wouldn't go left. It's definitely gonna just be straight still. And yep, here we are. Lich lacks on bossing? Yeah, potentially. I mean, it is extremely tanky though, so it's like kind of,
While I do admire
in some ways, it probably feels like it doesn't lack on bossing, outside of just like time to kill against some of the, you know, really ridiculous builds, of course. But I've seen some people with some pretty high DPS with their, whatchamacallit, their like totems, the dark effigies or whatever. Speaking of which, we actually need to get our dark effigy rolling right now. I just realized we're at the level where we can actually use it. Just go ahead and grab it really quick. Dark effigy. Oh, we're gonna be a little low on dex, unfortunately. Do that to free up 1 point. Definitely want to add quality to this as well. You get extra, you get chance to inflict withered on hit. Not extra, but you just get chance. Get a chance to do so, which is quite nice. I think for this one it's in venom. And we're a little low on dex for overabundance. Let's go get a couple points of dex.
I must keep calculating.
You're right there. According to POE Ninja, which is the least popular one for Dark Effigy. It's Envenom. Controlled Destruction. Overabundance. Arcane Tempo. And then Conk Effect is the 5th socket for Dark Effigy. Oh my goodness, I was not paying attention to my HP. Wait, did they make this zone smaller? Don't actually feel smaller right now. Ooh. Thank goodness, actually, because yeah, this zone, bro. I'm just actually stuck and getting blown up by mushrooms. Like, hello. It's kind of cringe. Just make sure I'm not supposed to just go past the Cauldron Keeper now, am I? Okay, no. Here we go. Yeesh. Alrighty, here we go. Yeah, new zone layout was definitely an improvement for sure to the old version. Oh man, my freaking shoulders are actually so sore today. Crazy. Okay. Yeah, the old layout was severely long. I definitely agree.
She eats her young. Vile.
I'm getting some lag. Yeah, the Dark Effigies actually add a lot of DPS, to be honest. Like a very decent amount of DPS. Grab our Ziri's Disdain in our stash now, because we're literally a pinch away from being level 40. Actually, I almost feel like for right now, using Cursed Ground maybe isn't the play. Just for like these campaign bosses that move around a lot, Cursed Ground actually might not be the move. Let's grab our Ziri's Disdain. Pretty low on fire res. Let's put a fire res root in there. Get ready to put that on soon.
Some odds and ends we found in
Sell that, sell that, sell that.
My tribe could use that. Don't drink the water.
You found luck. Something of immense power resides within. I shall harness it. Blinding.
Alright, for this zone, it's usually go up, left, and around. It's going to be like a triangle sort of shape. Thing in the middle is going to do damage to you if you're like standing in the stun. So try and stand in the shade whenever possible, of course. But it doesn't do too much damage, so you don't need to worry about it too much typically. So yeah, the entrance to the next zone will always be on like one of the corners of the triangle. Usually it's probably going to be up here at this one or this one. Here it is. So yeah, it's directly opposite from the spawn point, but it's not always directly opposite. It's just kind of like presumably seems to be one of the higher likelihoods where I usually find it is directly opposite on the first one. And then in the second zone, one side almost always has like a big gap that you can't cross, and whichever side doesn't have that gap is the way that you should go. Obviously the side with the gap, you just like can't go that way really. we go. And here you can kind of see what I mean by it being a triangle. It's literally just perfect triangle. You'll always spawn in on one of the points, and the exit's going to be on one of the other points. Okay, we got an extra skill point. We'll go ahead and grab some more area of effect, which is not going to help us for this boss, but that's okay.
In your honor.
We should actually do our double weapon set passives probably, but
This fellow has been here far
Your
too long.
very soul made oath to be consumed. Touch of cold pick. Touch of cold.
yeah, these dark effigies are kind of smacking now.
Love to see you. Val ingenuity never ceases to amaze me. These runes. I can make out symbols for blood and offering. Wait, no. It's not a blood offering, it's someone of Val blood. Perhaps if I... It worked? Now this is truly something! The apex! It's opening! Goodness me! We're back in the encampment? I can't believe it! We were right on top of this device the entire time. Oh,
Okay.
it's some sort of gateway.
Greet.
Time to change plans.
Alright, we are now going to set up our curse weapon set passives a little bit here. At least the ones that we have access to. So for example, we can take off these 5 and allocate these 5 via weapon set 1. Weapon set 2, we can do these 5. And yeah, there we go. So now we've got 2 sets of curse passives for weapon set 2. And of course, you need to make sure you have your curse set to only cast with weapon set 2. And then all of your damage spells set to cast only with weapon set 1. This will make it so that way your spells, you don't have to actually swap your weapons, you can just cast your spells and then it'll automatically swap your weapons for you.
Are these living Val? In the flesh? Hello! My name is Alva Valai. It was I who... No, don't run away! Oh, I think we pose a threat. Let's go after them. Just look at that view. Oh, to see this city in its prime. This is a dream come true.
Yo, Cyberman7 with the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, my man. Thank you.
There they are. Hey! Wither away! Oh, I was hoping to avoid conflict.
This zone, usually something you can do is just follow the road, except for this very beginning part. The road always goes up right here, so you have to like leave the road, but then the next time you find the road, you can just follow it pretty much, if I'm not mistaken. That might be the next zone, but I think it's this one. Oh my goodness, bro. Ah, dude, dodge roll. Please just let me dodge roll through mobs. Holy insta-kill. Let's go down.
I was hoping to avoid conflict.
Okay, wait, did I see the road? Oh yeah, here's the road. Whoops. Okay, so yeah, now we follow the road. Road splits, but I'm just gonna go right. Usually that is the correct way, and it is the right way. Let's go. Here we go with boss. This is the reason I enjoy my smith. Just bonk them with leaf slam and bone shatter easy. Full resin act 2 as well, kind of nuts. Yeah, I've heard Smith of Catava is quite good, especially for situations like this where I'm not really using trade very much at all so far. But yeah. But I'm also just playing like a doofus. Maybe not a doofus, but throwing caution to the wind. Certainly not concerned with dying every once in a while.
I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
Occasionally, you're just going to try and roll through a pack of mobs, and you're just going to get stuck. And it's just going to be GG.
Which one of you
That's
is
all
of
she
Val
wrote.
blood?
Why, that was me, of course.
Which
I
one
am
of you is a
Alva
bad
Treasure
blood?
hunter extraordinary.
Take her. Bring
There's
her
the
to
line.
As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled.
You're all dead anyway. Wither away!
You will fall before us. Feel Arakali's sting.
Yeah, this part kind of sucks. Ow. Holy.
Arakali's web.
Okay, fun time again.
I shall crush you. I will crush you in storm of Chopin. Yelmer, take you. I will not relent.
Okay, not bad.
Somehow, I've been cheated out of another kill.
That boss can definitely be a bit spooky. As I'm sure many of you know, that boss is not to be trifled with.
Get out of my way!
Gotta follow the road again for the most part. Oh lord. And I'm gonna get one shot. XD. Oops. Uncut Spirit Gem level 11. Not bad. Okay, on to the next zone. Here we need to get the Corrupted Heart.
Flower
Bring that to the
petals
Sacrificial
everywhere.
Altar. That's going to give us
Boring.
+2 skill points, which is obviously very important.
I need more time.
Easiest way to go about traversing this zone is pretty much go up and to the left, sorta. Eventually, in this first part, you're gonna run into a like big chanting like middle section. Once you find that, you just go up and you're good to go. Oops. Yeah, here we go. It's right up here. Yeah, once you find this zone, you basically, well, actually, oh yeah, the layout's definitely different this time. But you basically just need to go through this little gateway right here, basically. This is the direction you need to head. Let's go ahead and put on our helmet really quick.
Putrefy.
Yeah, it's just a Ziri mumbo jumbo. I have no clue what language that shit is. It's probably just some made up language, I would think, but I could be wrong about that. Now the altar, the sacrificial altar, presumably, based on the layout, it's usually on the right side. Once you go through the gate, the next zone is just like straightforward. The altar is like somewhere in between the gate and the next zone, but on the right side. So, gate was over here somewhere. Should be somewhere over here then.
None can oppose me.
In theory. We also still need the corrupted heart or whatever it is as well. Oh my goodness, everything in this zone just does 1,000,000 damage actually, it's so crazy. You don't have evasion in this zone, you just get absolutely cooked.
To be sure. Infection.
Okay, well here's the next zone. So where was the altar? Is the altar actually on the other side? Or did I just miss it on the, but I was on the right side?
Not yet.
Yeah, looks like it's on opposite side actually. Interesting.
Nowhere to run. I need more time. I need more time.
Okay, well, at least we already got the hearts. Now we just have to go to the other side, find the altar. Here it is.
Many have died at this table.
Okay. It's a giant heart. Take care of
Similar method to a
business.
curse
We get
or
our 2
two, I
passive
know.
points. Nice. Easy peasy. Now we go. Okay, we got those. We got this. Now what's next? I think we want to grab. I mean, there's honestly a lot of different things we could grab next. I think we're gonna go spiral into insanity though. Let's actually open up our POE or POB really quick. Just want to look at the passive tree. Recharge rate. Yeah, there's a lot of good options here, but the really good options are definitely right here. Yo, Immonox with the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, my man. Actually, that's not the Twitch Prime sub. That is a regular tier 1 sub for 6 months in advance. Holy crap, man. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Okay, well, I think... yeah, I think I'm just gonna go spiral into insanity, though. I mean, it's either that or, like, essence infusion. Come this way. Or these points aren't terrible either. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna grab these. Love you, man. Your content is the best. Hey, I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much, my man. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying the content and even had the opportunity to stop by the stream and say what's up. Alrighty, here we are in pretty much the final zone. Back 3.
The intruder is here, but of Nahuatzi. I see. No mercy then. Kill her on sight.
The fool doesn't realize he's already dead. What a clever trick.
Usually I found the best success getting to the end of this zone by just coming from the entrance, which here, I'll show it in a second. Actually, let me clear these mobs first. Come out from the start of the zone here, you either go left or right, and then you pretty much just go opposite of where you came out of. Usually is how I find, or how I have the most success. Obviously finding checkpoints, good sign in this zone. Not in every zone. Sometimes checkpoints mean you basically hit a dead end, but in this zone it is a good sign you're on the right path.
Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming one of my
Wither
own.
away.
But if you persist, I will do with her what I must.
It's probably gonna be right up here somewhere. Somewhere over here on the map, anyways. Yep, there it is. Okay. Yo, Cocaine Cutie, what's up, brother? Long time no see, my man. You got a dark effigy totem? You don't even need essence drain with it. Yeah, I have dark effigy. But my gear is like kind of mid at this point. So, I mean, I'm probably still going to use essence drain. It should just increase my damage for sure. But yeah, I've got a overabundance and venom dark effigy, which definitely, ever since we got dark effigy, our single target has gone up by quite a bit. Actually, wasn't that bad before it, but definitely with it, it's gone up quite a bit. Oh, try AoE with just Contagion Dark Effigy. Interesting. Find it better than ED. Interesting. I'll have to try that.
So, at the eve of the end, the demon of Hatzo.
Actually, Cursed Duration. Yeah, I'm still not gonna use Cursed Ground for now.
Yes. Resist all you like.
Survival requires brutal choices. Flame. Catalyze fusion.
Okay, pretty decent first phase.
You know why we're here?
Pretty decent.
It cannot be
survive this. I will burn you alive. Do you truly think you can match me? Existence is merely energy.
Uh-oh. Oh my goodness, he got frozen.
I plan for every contingency. You
Hey man, don't break my totems.
no choice. This is not over yet. One death is nothing for the greater good. Do you? No.
Not terrible. My totems were kind of getting wrecked a little bit, but it's pretty decent.
How could this happen? All I've
Definitely
done-
pretty easy. Never really in much danger, for sure.
Your people cannot
Wasn't
be
terrible.
saved. History is already written. You can stay
History
here
is
and die,
already written.
or come with us and help save the future.
Dude's on the flying
Legacy of the
gamepad
Vine
controller.
must be protected. I do know of a way to contain the beast.
Yoink.
Best you start talking then. My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
Sheesh. +2. Level of all chaos spell skills. Interesting. I don't want to dump Exalts in it though, for it
If there
to
is an ancient-
be like a
I
side
will
grade at best. Alrighty, and we are done with Act 3. Nice. Not too terrible. Not too terrible. Don't actually know how long it took us to do Act 1, 2, 3. Like, I think with all of the delays and just like little breaks and random stuff, whatever, took us around 4.5, 5 hours, which is certainly not super fast. We were on pace for something a little bit quicker, I think. Around like the middle of Act 2. Oh yeah, slash played, good point.
By the first ones.
Oh yeah, 5 hours, 18 minutes. Yeah, about 5
I
hours.
would appreciate it if you could.
Obviously, there's some portion of that where we, have not actually been playing. We've just been doing whatever. But honestly, I'm not too unhappy with 5 hours. Like, given the fact that we're streaming and trying to explain everything along the process or along the way. So I'm decently happy with that. Obviously, the cruel acts are probably going to be, not probably, but are going to be a decent chunk faster than the non-cruel acts. Oh yeah, let me try this Contagion Effigy AoE. Oh, let me move.
little acuity. Dismal.
Okay, not bad.
Well done.
Not bad. I'm actually not 100% positive if there's one node on my passive tree. Like, I'm not positive if this node is actually the move, because I assume this is lowering my dark effigy damage. Just don't know by... I don't know by how much, or like if it's worth taking or not. I'll have to do some research on POB to figure that out.
There's a beast. Stick to the cow.
Okay, there we go.
Kind leader.
Dump some stuff in our stash. Need to actually upgrade our essence drain. Decently bad. Oh, wait, whoops. Don't believe I swapped out my chain a single time during the campaign. Or so far anyways. Well played by me, well played. Upper to spare.
Welcome to. I feel. I like. Oh, I like this one.
Okay. Are you using Blasphemy Curse right now? I'm using Temp Chains, but I'm not sure it's good. I think Temp Chains is actually really good, especially if you're trying to do Simulacrum, the Delirium Pinnacle encounter. Like, Temp Chains is actually just disgustingly good for that. Outside of Simulacrum, Temp Chains is like... I mean, it is technically going to be a defensive layer. It's going to be helpful, but... I mean, if you're just like blasting through maps, then Temp Chains isn't really going to do much for you. But I don't know what else you would take besides Temp Chains. Like, technically, you should be running Withering Presence plus Blasphemy Temp Chains, and then that should be your weapon set 1 Spirit Skills. For weapon set 2, you should probably be using Convalescence and Blink. So you have some mobility as well. Enfeeble, probably better overall. Enfeeble could be better for whatchamacallit? Like mapping, I would say. I think Temp Chains would have to be better in Simulacrum though. Like, Temp Chains just felt disgustingly good in Simulacrum. Temp Chains lets you stack Wither higher. Yeah. Yeah, I think Temp Chains is pretty good though. I mean, Enfeeble would be fine, I think, for mapping. If you want. Maybe even something else there for mapping, I don't know. There's probably something that you could do. Let me look at my Spirit Skills really quick. Yeah, exactly. Temp Chains with Blasphemy, with Despair, with the Curse Ground support, which, yeah, I will be using, or I mean, I have the Curse Ground support. I do agree that's going to definitely be the play. I think in the campaign, until you have, like, all of your weapons set, Curse passive, like, shit allocated, though, Curse Ground feels kind of like a bait, just because of the fact that it's, like, you don't have enough AoE or duration for it to really be that good. But obviously, once you get all your weapon set points, 100% Cursed Ground is going to be really good. That was actually something I was thinking of, Cocaine Cutie, was I was wondering whether or not I should use Contagion as part of like a weapon set 2 setup. Or should Contagion be... I mean, yeah, basically should Contagion be weapon set 1 or weapon set 2, but I feel like if it is weapon set 2, which like actually would probably make the most sense based on the way you could set up your passive tree, but I feel like it would be annoying if you're playing Essence Drain, which it sounds like you're not really using Essence Drain, you're just like Contagion, Dark Effigy. But if you are using Essence Drain, then having to like constantly swap between weapon sets during maps for like every pack probably doesn't feel that great. Although I'm sure I'll end up trying it, because yeah, I've definitely had the thought about the area of effect nodes. Yeah, what are some other possible... I mean, yeah, technically in maps you could go like Arctic Armor if you wanted to. I mean, I've heard people like swear by Arctic Armor, saying it's like super good. But I don't know. I've literally never played with it, so I can't say. Shit, I bet you could actually freaking... whatchamacallit? I've seen some people that are doing like some evasion energy shield hybrid where they like come down here and they grab these 4 nodes and then they do an evasion energy shield hybrid chest piece. They end up with like 50% evasion. You could probably, even in like a universe for maps, you could do Withering Presence plus Wind Dancer and Ghost Dance for maps. Wind Dancer, Ghost Dance, freaking Withering Presence. Probably just doesn't really matter. I can't imagine it's necessary for maps. Like once you get enough gear, you'll like never need to really worry about changing. You can just use random spirit skills for maps and you'll be fine. Most ED Contagion are taking all the AoE. Yeah, I mean that makes sense, because yeah, the AoE on, or getting extra AoE on Contagion, I can just see it being so invaluable for actual like quality of life and clear. Yeah, wait, this person's freaking tree is actually so weird. This random person's tree that I like put into POB from POE Ninja is actually super weird. He doesn't get either of the... He doesn't go for either of the curse clusters with his weapon set points. He's getting skill effect duration down here. That doesn't seem right. I mean, this is what Cocaine Cutie was talking about, the area of effect fire damage nodes, but the skill effect duration here and here? Why do we... I don't feel like we should care about the skill effect duration that much. Like, we could drop 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 points. Put those into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Something like that. Check Waggles. Duration is for the totems. Ah, I see. Duration is for the totems. So you put the totems on weapon set 2 as well. Interesting. Wait, that seems weird. Does it snap? Or wait, no. No. Wait. Duration is for the totems. But then aren't your totems losing out on like all of this chaos damage? All of these weapon set 1 chaos damage nodes, like even like the +1 to level of all chaos spell skills. Oh yeah, this person has like the same thing with the frickin'... He even has these cold nodes. Huh. Also, pure chaos is interesting. Maybe this is good for effigy. Interesting. Well, I'll throw this one into a different POB just to look at later. With that being said, I think we are going to go ahead and call the stream there. It's been a pretty decent length stream. We're going to come back tomorrow. We're going to finish the campaign, of course. And then after that, we'll be doing a little bit of end game stuff. We're going to work on the leveling build guide. Then we're going to do the 1 divine build challenge. Try and do T15 maps. Low tier pinnacles with 1 divine budget, and then we'll obviously just push the character further than that. But for today, I think we're gonna call it there. I'm pretty tired, to be honest, but we'll be back tomorrow, bright and early, hopefully. And we'll finish up the campaign. Very glad I got to tune in today. Have a good one, man. Hey, I appreciate that, Ziggy. Thanks so much, my brother. Appreciate the sub that you gave earlier. Thank you, thank you. Little quick last call. If you do have an unused Twitch Prime sub and you want to hop over to Twitch, drop a Twitch Prime sub for your boy, I'd appreciate it. Other than that, hope y'all have an absolutely amazing rest of your day. Take it easy, chefs. Later.